graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I missed putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very, very, very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Yes, it is. We got our very first episode of MLB DiamondZone here in 2026, and we are very excited about that. There was supposed to be a game that is occurring, or that was supposed to be occurring at this time, but that game is currently rained out, and that is the Royals versus the Brewers. So we just got our 9:30 slate of games coming on up. The first game will take place at 9:38, and let's just preview all of these matchups right now as we speak. So first and foremost, as we will take this screen off very quickly, so just bear with me for 1 second. Let's get this off really quickly. So here's the first matchup that we have. We got the Seattle Mariners taking on the LA Angels, okay? And this should be a really good matchup. Both teams are 3-4 to start off the season. Brian Wu is going to pitch tonight for the Seattle Mariners, and his opponent is going to be Reed Detmers, and we will get into the lineups in that game in just a little bit. The second game that we have going on is the Athletics, who are taking on the Houston Astros. Okay, that game is going to begin at 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Christian Javier is on the bump for the Houston Astros, and for the Athletics, they have Jeffrey Springs, who is coming off of a pretty good start. He looked pretty good in this first outing. I expect this is going to be a very high-scoring game. Christian Javier did not do well in his first outing, and he is looking for a bounce-back performance. The Astros are 5-2. The Athletics are 1-5, so that should be a very good matchup right there. Miguel is here. What's going on, Miguel? Miguel, shout out to you. Yes, sir. Miguel. Miguel with the $5 super chat. Let's go. Diamond Zone. Drink some water when you can, JJ. First episode of Diamond Zone, and we are back, baby. It is beautiful. It is awesome, dude. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning on in. So, game number one, as we mentioned, is Angels and Mariners. Game number two is Athletics and Astros. And then at 9:45, we got the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the Atlanta Braves. And the Braves, they looked really dominant yesterday. They were absolutely tearing the cover off the baseball. Arizona just let up a lot of runs. They really did. And the pitching matchup for that game is going to be Grant Holmes going up against Eduardo Rodriguez. Holmes didn't necessarily have his best performance in his first outing of the season. We'll see how long he does last today. Eduardo Rodriguez did all right in his first outing for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I do expect that that's going to be a high scoring type of a game there. And that's the third matchup. And finally, at 10:15, in about a half hour or so, really 45 minutes, the Giants are taking on the New York Mets, and that game will begin at 10:15. You got Nolan McLean, who is going to be on the bump for the New York Mets, and Tyler Manley is on the bump for the San Francisco Giants. So that should be a very fun game as well. Both the Mets and the Giants are 3-4 to start off the season, and they are going to be playing in their 8th game. So with that, let's get on into the starting lineups for each game right now as we speak. Okay, so let's get this back up, and let's turn this off really quickly. Yes, that's what I want, and I want this to come back on. Okay, so here is the lineup right now for the Seattle Mariners. Okay, so they got Rob Refsnyder leading it off, and then it'll be Cal Raleigh, who's batting second. Julio Rodriguez is batting third, and then fourth is Josh Naylor. Then you got Randy Arozarena, Brendan Donovan, J.P. Crawford, Victor Robles, and also Chris Young over at second base for the Seattle Mariners. That's Cole Young, who is playing over at second base. And for the LA Angels, their lineup will be this. They got Zach Neto batting leadoff. Mike Trout is batting second. Nolan Shanuel is batting third. He's playing over at first. Jorge Soler is the DH, and he's going to be batting fourth. Yoan Moncada is batting fifth, and he will be playing over at third base. Then you got Joe Adele out in right field. Josh Lowe is out in left field. Logan O'Hoppe is catching. He'll be batting eighth. And Oswald Peraza is going to be batting in the 9 spot for the Angels. Now, moving on to the next game, we got the Braves taking on the Diamondbacks. And here's the lineup for the Braves tonight. They got Ronald Acuna Jr. leading off for them. Drake Baldwin is going to be batting second. Then it'll be Ozzie Albies third. Matt Olson is batting in the cleanup spot. He's playing over at first. Matt Olson is going to be batting fourth, and he will be batting in the cleanup spot, Austin Riley is batting fifth. He's playing over at third. Eli White is out in left field. He'll be batting sixth. Seventh is Mauricio Dubon. And then you got Michael Harris II, who is out in center field batting eighth. And Jonah Heim is the catcher. He's in the 9 spot for the Atlanta Braves. So it's Acuna, Baldwin, Albies, Olson, Riley, White, Dubon, Harris, and Heim for the Braves. And then the lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So you got Ketel Marte batting leadoff. Corbin Carroll batting second. Geraldo Perdomo is going to be batting third. Gabriel Marino is fourth. Nolan Arenado playing over at third base for his new ball club. He'll be batting fifth. Alec Thomas is the center fielder. He'll be batting sixth. James McCann is going to be batting seventh. And batting eighth is going to be Carlos Santana. And in the 9 spot, you got Tim Tawa, who is going to be in the lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So again, for the Snakes, they got Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, Marino, Arenado, Thomas, McCann, Santana, and Tawa. And then we go to the third game. Okay, so the Astros and the Athletics. For Houston, their lineup will be this. It'll be Jeremy Pena batting leadoff for them. Yordan Alvarez batting second. Jose Altuve batting third. Carlos Correa fourth. Christian Walker fifth. Cam Smith is sixth. And then seventh is Jacob Myers. Then you got Yandy Diaz catching. And in the 9 spot is Bryce Matthews for the Houston Astros. So, again, for them, it's Pena, Alvarez, Altuve, Correa, Walker, Smith, Myers, Diaz, and Matthews. The Athletics will have Nick Kurtz batting leadoff. Shea Langeliers batting second. Tyler Soderstrom is batting third. And then fourth is Brent Rooker, the power hitter. Jacob Wilson is the shortstop. He'll be batting fifth. Lawrence Butler is out in right field. Max Muncy is at third base. Jeff McNeil is at second. And Denzel Clark is the caboose, and he will be batting ninth. So again, for the A's, they got Kurtz, Langeliers, Soderstrom, Rooker, Wilson, Butler, Muncy, McNeil, and Clark. And in the final game, it'll be the Mets taking on the San Francisco Giants. And here's the lineup for the New York Mets. It'll be Francisco Lindor batting leadoff for them. Juan Soto batting second. Bo Bichette third. Luis Robert Jr. fourth. Brett Beatty fifth. Mark Vientos sixth. Seventh is Marcus Semien. Then you got Cam Benji, who's going to be batting out in right field, and he'll be batting eighth. And ninth is going to be Francisco Alvarez. This is Carson Benji, excuse me. So Carson Benj is going to be batting eighth, and Francisco Alvarez is in the ninth spot. So for the Mets, again, it's Lindor, Soto, Bichette, Robert Jr., Beatty, Vientos, Semien, Benj, and also Alvarez. And finally, for the San Francisco Giants, they will have Adames leading things off for them. Rafael Devers is batting second. Luis Ariz is batting third. Fourth is Matt Chapman. Fifth is Jung-Hoo Lee. And then it'll be Heliot Ramos out in left field. Harrison Bader in center. Patrick Bailey is a catcher. And Gerard Encarnacion is batting in the ninth spot. And he is over at first base. One last time for the Giants. Adames, Devers, Ariz, Chapman, Lee, Ramos, Bader, Bailey, and Encarnacion are in the starting lineup for them. So we should be ready to get things started in just a little bit. It is 9:37 p.m. Eastern Time. And so we should be ready to go in just a few moments. The Seattle Mariners will be the first game to get underway. So let's make sure again that we minimize this and put this back on up. There we go. Good stuff. So here are the scores again. Just the 9:30 games that we are doing. Angels and Mariners on at 9:38. Athletics and Astros on at 9:40. Diamondbacks and Braves on at 9:45. And Giants and Mets on at 10:15. Here are some final scores from earlier today. The Dodgers did beat the Nationals 13-6. The Tigers, they did shut out the St. Louis Cardinals, and they won 4-0. The Yankees took care of business today, and they beat the Miami Marlins 8-2. The Blue Jays had their makeup game today, and they lost to the White Sox 5-4 was the final score of that game. Red Sox, they did hang on, and they did beat the San Diego Padres by a score of 5-2. The Reds won against the Rangers. 5-3 was the final score of that game. The Guardians also won against the Chicago Cubs, and the final score of that game was 4-1. The Twins also beat the Tampa Bay Rays earlier today. 10-4 was the final score of that game. And the Phillies also took care of business against the Colorado Rockies. We called that game earlier. They won 10-1. The Pirates, how about the Pirates? They won and were able to beat the Orioles by a score of 5-4. And so that was the final score of that game. Don't know why the winner is on the bottom here. That doesn't necessarily make sense because the Phillies were out in Colorado. But anyhow, that is what is going on around the league. Okay, so Seattle and LA are currently in a delay right now, and that's because they are doing their opening ceremony. We see that Jeffrey Springs is ready to take the rubber for the Athletics, and so that game should be underway in just a few moments. Hopefully it'll be easy for you guys to follow along. Houston Astros taking on the Athletics, as that is in Sacramento. And that should be a fun game between the both of those teams. Let's say hello to everybody here that is in the chat. Yes, sir. Hello, everybody. Miguel says AL West Knights. Let's go. Katie says let's go Mariners. Which game do you guys think is going to be the best, is my question to you. Do you think it's going to be Mariners Angels, Astros Athletics, Braves Diamondbacks, or Mets Giants? I'm curious to see what you guys have to say. Dude, JJ, that graphic is fire. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that so much. Good to see you on here, Hoagie boy. Grant Holmes has to lock on in. Oh, he does. He has to have a good night tonight. Yes, he does. All right, so we're ready to get underway out in Sacramento. Jeffrey Springs is going to be taking the mound, and he is going to be facing a lineup that is full of Astros. And so coming on up to bat will be Jeremy Pena. He will lead it off, and then Yordan Alvarez will be in the on-deck circle, and Jose Altuve will be batting third. So here comes to the plate Jeremy Pena. He is ready to step on into the box. Mets-Giants should be close. Yeah, I think Mets-Giants is going to be really good, dude. I'm excited for this, too. It's going to be a lot of fun. Once we are at the last game, we'll just put that game into 3D. But here we go. The first pitch to Pena, and it's a foul ball. So Houston and the Athletics are underway. So the Mariners game was supposed to start first, but they are doing their home opening ceremonies. No balls, one strike to Jeremy Pena, and Springs comes set and delivers, and the pitch is up high for a ball. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And again, in case you do want to see the lineups really quickly, we're going to put this up really quickly right now. So here is the lineup for Astros and for Athletics, okay? This is the lineup right here for both teams. Just wanted to make sure that I had this up for you guys. Hopefully you can see it. Christian Javier on the bump for the Astros, and Jeffrey Springs on for the Athletics. Okay, and with that, we'll change it back to this. The 2-1 pitch to Pena, that's a swing and a miss. And the count is now 2-2. So it is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jeremy Pena. 3 other games about ready to start in a little bit. So we got the A's playing the Astros. And in about 2 minutes or so, the Diamondbacks and the Braves should be underway. 2-2 is the count to Jeremy Pena. Springs on the bump. What's up, Joe? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you on here. 2-2 is the count. Springs comes set and fires, and a cold strike 3 on the outside corner, and Jeffrey Springs will get his first strikeout of the game. There we go. Who are you guys rooting for in this game? Please let me know down below. All right, so that is a called strike 3, and there's 1 gone there. We are 16 subscribers away, chat, from getting to the 9,200 marker. And here comes Yordan Alvarez to the plate. We'll stick right here as Alvarez is in the box. And Alvarez will take a pitch that's in the zone at 93 miles per hour for strike 1. Spider Burns Giants is here. He says, great work and thank you. No problem. It's good to see you on here, man. No balls, 1 strike to Alvarez, and the pitch is a foul ball over towards the left side. Okay, so Braves and Diamondbacks should be ready to get started in about a few minutes or so. They just took the field. No balls and 2 strikes to Yordan Alvarez. Springs gets set again and fires, and the pitch is down low and away for a ball. And while we are doing this really quickly, again, if you are tuning on in for the Braves game, here is the Braves lineup for today. They got Acuna, Baldwin, Albies, Olsen, Riley, White, Dubon, and Harris. Alvarez just flied out over to center, and there's 2 gone in the Astros game. And this is the lineup for the Diamondbacks right over here, just so that way you guys know. Okay. So that is the lineup for that. We will put back on this, and we will put this down. Good. So here comes Jose Altuve. Altuve is going to take a strike at the knees. And it's no balls and 1 strike. So there's 2 outs here in the top of the first of the Athletics Astros game. And the 0-1 to Altuve is called a ball. In the Braves game, Ronald Acuna Jr. is stepping on up to the plate right now, and he is ready to get his at-bat started. Here we go. Here's the pitch, and that's taken for ball 2. All right, so Acuna is up. The first pitch to Acuna, and he pops it up over towards the first base side in foul territory. And Acuna is going to be retired, and there's 1 out in the top of the first of the Braves Diamondbacks game. Altuve, his count is now 3-1. I don't know why the count's not showing up here, but there's 2 outs in the top of the first. Jose Altuve is in the box. 3 balls and 1 strike. 2 away, and the 3-1 is in the zone for strike 2. How's everybody doing? What's going on, chat? How are we feeling? Great, JJ. Always a pleasure. Yes, sir. If the Mets lose, they'll be last in the division. Oh, I'm excited about that. So it's 3-2 to Jose Altuve, and the pitch is outside for ball 4. So the Astros have a base runner on in the top of the first with 2 away. The Braves just got started. Acuna just fouled out over to first. And Drake Baldwin is up at the plate for them. So the count is 2-1. I don't know why the batter's not showing on up, Chad. I apologize about that. I can't seem to understand why that's the case. But it is what it is. Let's try to refresh it. Is it going to show up? Baldwin did just get on. He did just get on, and he is now over at first with 1 out. Baldwin had a check swing ground ball hit over towards the right side, and he is aboard with a leadoff or with a 1-out single over towards the infield for Atlanta. Okay. Here's Ozzie Albies, and Albies is going to slice a single out over to center field, and so there's back-to-back base hits. Okay, and so the Braves already have traffic on the bases. Now, meanwhile, Carlos Correa did just ground out for the Houston Astros, and so the first inning is done there. Charge! All right, so there's action going on in the Atlanta-Arizona game. Every other game right now is either in a break or has not started. We got 4 games in this slate. And Matt Olson is up for the Atlanta Braves. And Olson takes a pitch that's above the zone for ball 1. So again, Baldwin is at second, and at first base, it's Ozzie Albies for the Atlanta Braves. Pitching is Rodriguez. And the 1-0 is in there for a strike. That was at 88 miles per hour. Let us know how you guys are doing down below, chat. Is it easy to follow along, is my question for those of you who are tuning on in for the first time. The 1-1 pitch to Olson, and that is above the zone for ball 2. So again, the Astros, all they got was a 2-out walk from Jose Altuve, and they are going to go to the bottom of the first. 2 balls, 1 strike to Olson, and the pitch. There's a fly ball hit out to deep right field, and that is caught by Carroll. Oh, what a play by Corbin Carroll. He's able to get the big out there, and so there's 2 away. Corbin Carroll just tracked that thing down. That could have easily been a double. That was scorched off the bat by Olson, and he has to go back to the dugout. What a play by Corbin Carroll. That's certainly one for the books. Let's go. He jumped up. He caught it. That could have easily been a double. Wow. And Rodriguez says, thank you very much. So 2 outs. Now there's runners at the corners because Baldwin tagged up and he went on over to third. 2 outs here. And Austin Riley is up to bat. Athletics and Astros are in the bottom of the first right now. And we'll get you back there in just a little bit. The pitch to Riley, though, is in the zone for a strike. No balls and 1 strike to Austin Riley. And the pitch, and that's grounded over towards the shortstop. And the throw to first is in time. The inning is over. And we go to the bottom of the first out at Chase Field. Corbin Carroll with an excellent catch out in right field. And that pretty much saves a run from coming on home for the Braves. And they are going to go to the bottom of the first out in Arizona. And with that, we go back to Sacramento as there's 1 away in the bottom of the first, which means that their first batter, which was Nick Kurtz, got out. So Kurtz, who just flied out, Langeliers just is up to bat now. And he takes the first pitch that he sees for strike 1. They're still doing the Star Spangled Banner in the Seattle LA game. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's to Shea Langeliers. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's down for ball 2. Giants and Mets will get started in about 13 minutes or so. And then the Mariners and the Angels should be hopefully getting started soon. It's the only game that's on right now. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the first, 1 away. And the pitch is taken low for ball 3. Shea Langeliers, a .375 hitter this year so far. Guy that definitely likes to hit for power. He also has 5 homers and 8 RBI. The 5 homers, that's the most in all of baseball. 3-1 pitch. It's inside. Did they say that he went? No, they did not. And Shea Langeliers gets on, and he will walk his way on over to first base for the A's. Oh, boy. In case you missed it, Kurtz ended up flying one out over to deep left field earlier, and the ball just stayed in the yard. Langeliers. Yes, sir. And here's the pitch. And that's going to be in there for a called strike to Tyler Soderstrom. The Diamondbacks are up to bat as Ketel Marte is up. And we will get you an update on that in just a couple of seconds. No balls and 1 strike to Soderstrom. This guy is another power hitter, and he swings and misses at the fastball. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 pitch to Soderstrom. He pops it up out over towards shallow left field, and Correa just makes the catch. It almost went over his head, and there is out number 2 in the bottom of the first. It's a pretty good catch by Carlos. He almost misjudged it. Almost did. So 2 outs there in the bottom of the first in Sacramento. And they still have a runner over at first base. Just a quick update very quickly. In the Diamondbacks-Braves game, Marte grounded out over to second. And so there's 1 out in the bottom of the first there. Corbin Carroll is due up. But first we go back to Brent Rooker's at-bat for the Athletics. 1-0 is the count. Javier on the bump for Houston. And the 1-0 is up high for ball 2. So we got 4 games, 2 of them occurring right now. The other 2 should get started in just a little bit. 2-0 is the count to Brent Rooker. And the pitch, that's low for ball 3. And the count is now 3-0. Grant Holmes just struck out Corbin Carroll. And there's out number 2 in the Braves Diamondbacks game. So 2 up, 2 down. 3-0 to Rooker. There's a line drive hit out to left field. That'll be caught. And the Astros and the A's are going to go to the second inning. So, no score between the both of them. And we flip back on over to the Braves Diamondbacks game. That was well struck, too. Here's Geraldo Perdomo in the box for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's batting .250 this year so far with 1 homer and 2 RBI. The pitch, 1-1 is the count. One ball, 1 strike. Holmes gets set at the belt, and the 1-1 pitch is low for ball 2. Maggie, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate you. 2-1 pitch to Geraldo Perdomo, and he pops it up out over to left field. It'll be caught, and there is out number 3. So both the Diamondbacks, Braves, and also the A's and the Astros are going to the second inning. All right? Remember, the Mariners are going to be playing against the Angels. That game was supposed to start at 9:38, but that is the home opener for the Angels, or for the Mariners, I should say. And then we got Giants and Mets. They will be underway at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Who's pitching for the Giants, you might be wondering, and who's pitching in that game? Well, we'll let you know. Did also want to remind you that the Milwaukee-Kansas City game is postponed, so they are not playing right now as we speak. They will be playing tomorrow. As far as the Giants-Mets game goes, there will be on the mound for the Mets, it's Nolan McLean, and Tyler Manley is on the bump for the San Francisco Giants. So that is what's going on there. Okay, well, I believe that Seattle is going to get started really soon. Rob Refsnyder will be leading it off for them. So they should be getting underway any moment right now. The game is going to, I believe, air on MLB Network. So we might actually just be able to take this off. Okay. With that, we're going to go to the top of the second because the A's and the Astros are back on. And so, the first pitch is going to be taken just a little bit high for ball 1. Up to bat for Houston is Christian Walker. Already 7 RBI this year for the former Diamondback. And the 1-0 is in there for a strike. Jeffrey Springs still pitching for the Athletics. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. There's 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Springs comes set and delivers, and the pitch is in there for strike 2. 1-2 is the count. And that is to Christian Walker. 1-2 pitch coming up in just a little bit. We also have Eli White in the box for the Atlanta Braves. Here's the 1-2 to Walker, and he flies one out to deep center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though, and Clark is going to make the catch, and there's 1 out. So let's go to the Braves game very quickly. Eli White is in the box as the game is in the top of the second. 2 balls and 1 strike to Eli White. And Rodriguez kicks and fires, and the pitch is going to be in there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the next pitch is grounded over towards the shortstop, Perdomo. He picks it up, throws it over to first, and White is barely out. And there's 1 away in the top of the second. All right, so I believe that they are showing the game of the Mariners and the Angels on MLB Network, so I will be able to take that off the laptop. Eli White, was he safe at first? That was a close play. They say that he was not. Maggie, once again, thank you so much for the sub. Here's the pitch, and that's to Dubon, and he grounds it over towards short, and the throw to first was in time. So there's 2 outs there. The Astros and the A's, their second out was just recorded over there. I don't know why it takes a second to load. That's a little bit odd. Usually, like last year, it wasn't a problem. All right, so you got Myers up for the Astros, and Harris is up for the Braves. And again, the Mariners and the Angels still not underway just yet. All right, it's no balls and 1 strike to Michael Harris. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Myers. Jake Myers for the Houston Astros. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and there's a swing and a miss. And Springs and the A's are going to go to the bottom of the second. Okay, let's go back to the Braves game. Michael Harris is up for the Braves. 2 outs, top of the second here. And he fouls off the next pitch. And therefore, the count is 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Michael Harris. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock, and the 2-2 on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards left center field in the alleyway. And there to make the grab is Thomas. And the inning is over. So the Diamondbacks and the Braves are going to the bottom of the second. The A's and the Astros are going to the bottom of the second. And the Angels and Mariners and the Giants and the Mets have not gotten underway just yet. But with that, we will step aside very, very quickly. Don't go anywhere. All right, here we go. Good stuff. All right, so again, just to remind you guys, A's and Astros are going to the bottom of the second. Diamondbacks and Braves are going to the bottom of the second. Giants and Mets will get started soon. And Angels and Mariners was supposed to start at 9:38, but they are ready to get started right now. The Mariners will have Ref Snyder, Raleigh, Rodriguez, Naylor, Arozarena, Donovan, Crawford, Robles, and Young in their starting lineup. But first, we're going to go back to the A's game because they are on again, and Jacob Wilson is up, and Wilson is going to look at the first pitch for a called strike, facing Christian Javier. What's up, Benny? How you doing? Which game do you guys think is going to be the best? No balls, 1 strike to Jacob Wilson. And the 0-1, swing and a miss. Do you think it's going to be Angels Mariners? Do you think it's going to be A's Astros? Diamondbacks, Braves, or Giants and Mets? Let me know. No balls and 2 strikes to Jacob Wilson, and he fouls off the next pitch. The Diamondbacks and the Braves are back on, and the first hitter just flied out over to right against Holmes. And so there's 1 out there. 0-2 pitch to Wilson, and he pops it up over towards the first base side. 1 out in Sacramento. Okay. Mariners and Angels are underway. So 3 of the 4 late night games are up and running. And so 1 out in the top of the first in the Seattle game. Ref Snyder did pop out. Let's go. The Atlanta Braves and the Diamondbacks. So you guys think that that's going to be the best one? That should be a good one. Okay. So we are going to go to the Braves game right now because Nolan Arenado is up. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The next pitch to Arenado is in there for strike 2. Benny says, I'm a Dodgers fan. Dodgers are not playing tonight. They played earlier today. It was actually a good game today. I forgot that you're a Dodgers fan. I think that's how you found out about our channel. No balls and 2 strikes. That's to, that is to Butler. Okay. But it's 3-2 to Nolan Arenado. So Cal Raleigh is up for the Mariners. Arenado is up for the Diamondbacks. And Butler just struck out in the A's game. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Nolan Arenado. In the bottom of the second. The 3-2 pitch to Arenado. Line drive hit out to left field. Sliding catch by Eli White. What a bang-bang play by Eli. Let's go to Cal Raleigh's at-bat really quickly as the 2-2 is fouled off to him. So we'll give you an update on what goes on in the Braves game, but right now we go back to Cal Raleigh's at-bats. Eli White just made a ridiculous catch out in left field for the Atlanta Braves. Raleigh in the box. In the 2-2, he pops it up out over towards the middle of the infield. The shortstop is there, makes the catch, and there's 2 away there. Now, we do have an update. In the A's game, there was a single out to left field. And the guy that ended up getting on base for the Athletics, coming up clutch right there with the single, it was not Rooker. Who got the base hit there? It was a 2-out single that was provided by Max Muncy. And with that, let's go back to the Mariners game as Julio Rodriguez is up with 2 away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Julio Rodriguez. It was 4 homers and 5 RBI at Angel Stadium. The 1-1 is in there for strike 2. In his career against Reed Detmers, listen to this. He is 6 for 10 with a homer. The 1-2 to Rodriguez. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out to left field. It was off the end of the bat, but the left fielder's there, makes the catch, and the Angels and the Mariners are going to go to the bottom of the first inning. Okay. We do have another update. So in the Braves game, they are now going to the top of the third. There was a fly ball hit out over to deep left field, but it stayed in the ballpark. So there's a break in the action in that game. And in the A's game, they just got a single from Jeff McNeil, so they have 2 runners on with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Muncy singled, and McNeil singled. And here comes Denzel Clark to the plate as the A's are looking to try to get their first run. The pitch, line drive, base it out to left field. The runner from second's being waved home. The throw to the plate, it's not in time. The A's are up 1-0. Denzel Clark gets a single and drives in Max Muncy. And we have our first run of the 9:30 slate. Let's go. Clark punches one out to left field. And Muncy scores. McNeil stops at second, the former Met, Jeff McNeil. Final score prediction of this A's game, let me know. Christian Javier again pitching for the Houston Astros. Giants and Mets should be getting started in about 4 minutes or so. It's 1-0 Athletics in the bottom of the second inning. And up to bat is Nick Kurtz for the A's. So we'll stick right here as Kurtz is in the box facing Christian Javier. And the pitch from Javier is outside for ball one. So the A's had nobody on with 2 outs, and then they just got 2 singles in a row, and Denzel Clark was able to drive in Max Muncy on an RBI single. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch, it's in there for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Nick Kurtz. Christian Javier on the bump. 1-1 is the count, and the pitch on the way is swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2. Braves and Diamondbacks are back on, and so are the Angels and the Mariners. But we stick here as the A's are still threatening the score. 1-2 is the count to Nick Kurtz. The 1-2 pitch inside for ball 2. In the Braves game, Jonah Heim just flied out to left field. So there's 1 gun in the 3rd inning right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Kurtz. Swing and a miss. And the inning is over. So the A's do get a run on an RBI single by Denzel Clark. It's a 1-0 game. And they will go to the top of the 3rd. Okay. Brian Wu is on the mound for the Seattle Mariners, and he is facing Zach Neto. But now he's facing Trout as he comes on up to the plate. Acuna is in the box for the Braves. So we're going to do this side by side here. Trout in the box. And the pitch to Trout, way up high for a ball. Acuna, his count is 2-1. 1 ball, no strikes to Mike Trout. The 1-0, and it hits Trout. It hit him right on the shoulder. Brian Wu nearly hit him before, and this time he does hit him on the shoulder, and he's going to get rewarded first base, Mike Trout. In the Braves game, here's Ronald Acuna Jr. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ronald, and Ronald takes the next pitch down for ball 3. What's up, chat? How we feeling? I appreciate you, man. 3-2 pitch to Acuna. There's a fly ball hit out over towards deep right center field. It'll stay in the ballpark, though. Carroll makes the catch, and Acuna flies out to right for out number 2 in the top of the 3rd. So there is 2 outs there. Mariners and Angels. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Nolan Shanuel. And the 1-0 pitch to Nolan is grounded over to third. The throw to second, there's one. No throw made over to first. And so it's a 5-4 fielder's choice. So there's 2 outs in the bottom of the first of the Angels-Mariners game. Drake Baldwin for the Braves just grounded out, and the inning is over out in Arizona. They're going to go to the bottom of the third, still scoreless there. Giants and Mets are underway right now as we speak. Lindor is in the box. I'm going to let you know how he does in just a couple of seconds, as all 4 games are underway. It took us till the 59-minute marker to get all 4 of the 9:30, 10 o'clock slate games to be up and running. Okay. Jorge Soler is in the box, and he's going to ground one over to shortstop. The throw to second is in time. Angels and Mariners are going to the second inning. And with that, we are going to go to the beginning of the Mets-Giants game as Lindor is in the box. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Francisco Lindor. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And that'll make the count now 2-2. So let me know how you guys enjoy this. Again, if you are like into betting, if you're into fantasy baseball, this is the perfect thing for you. It really is. Lindor fouls off a pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. Top of the first. Tyler Manley pitching for the Giants, and the 2-2 pitch is lined out over to left field for a base hit. Francisco Lindor gets a leadoff opposite field single, and the Mets have their first base runner of the night. Okay. We also just saw Carlos Correa get on with an infield single in that Astros-A's game. And Bryce Matthews is up to bat. So we have 2 games where there's a base runner on. Let's go to Juan Soto, who is now up to bat for the New York Mets. And the pitch is going to be in there for a strike to Juan Soto. Lindor leads off over at first for the Mets. No balls, 1 strike to Juan Soto. The pitch, outside for a ball. Diamondbacks and Braves are in the bottom of the third. 1 ball, 1 strike to Juan Soto. The 1-1 pitch to Juan, outside for ball 2. It's a 2-1 count to Juan Soto. Mariners are also back on. Josh Naylor is up. The 2-1 pitch to Soto. It's outside for ball 3. Let's go to the Braves game really quickly. The pitch to McCann. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. Acuna goes in the foul ground, makes the basket catch, and almost collides into that wall out in right field towards that corner. And he also gave a high five to a fan as well. Nice play by Ronald Acuna Jr. And so there's 1 out over there. All right, back to Juan Soto's at bat. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Soto. Payoff pitch, and Soto stays alive. Naylor did just ground out for the Mariners. So there's 1 out there in the Seattle-LA game. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Juan Soto. Lindor over at first. The payoff pitch, and Soto grounds one out to right field for a base hit. Lindor is rounding second. He will stay put, though, at second base. Runners go from station to station, and the Mets have something cooking to start off the top of the first against Tyler Manley. Okay. Now, we have an update in the A's-Astros game. There was a fly ball hit by Bryce out over to center field. Clark came just running on in to make the catch. And there's an out over in that game. So let's go back to the Mets game as Bo Bichette is coming on up to the plate for the Mets. Charge! The pitch. Line drive, base hit out to right center field. Lindor's being waved home. The throw is cut off. It's 1-0 New York. The Mets already take the lead. Bo Bichette gets himself an opposite field RBI single, and the Mets strike first 1-0. Pena's going to line one out to left field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to put runners at second and third for the Houston Astros, and so they have two runners in scoring position. The tying runs at third, and the go-ahead runs at second for them. And Yordan Alvarez is coming on up. So we got some action going on. For the Mets, their next batter that's up to bat is Luis Robert Jr. So we got Robert Jr. and Alvarez up at the plate. Alvarez ahead in the count 1-0 for the Houston Astros. Again, the Mets lead at 1-0. Astros look like they're ready to score. We'll catch you up on the other games in a bit. It's 2-1 strike to Luis Robert. The pitch to Alvarez. Swing and a miss. The pitch to Robert, and that's strike 2. Again, the Mets have runners over at first and third. They just took a 1-0 lead in the top of the first. Next pitch to Robert is inside for ball 3. And Alvarez takes a pitch outside for ball 2. Okay. 3-2 strikes to Robert. The pitch. And that is a called strike. That's a called ball 4, but the Giants are going to challenge this. They're going to be correct, and Robert should be down on strikes because of that. Let's see. Is that low? That is just a bit low. Wow. So the bases are going to be loaded. I stand corrected for the Mets. The pitch to Alvarez. There's a towering fly ball hit out to deep right field. It'll stay in the ballpark. The catch is made, but the sac fly is complete, and the Astros tie it back 1-1. So Alvarez does hit a sacrifice fly. It just stayed in the ballpark. Robert just walked for the Mets. And there's bases loaded for the Mets in the top of the first with nobody out against the Giants. Okay. Wow, Ketel Marte in that Diamondbacks game just hit a bullet right back over to Grant Holmes. So the Mariners and the Angels are going to the bottom of the second, and the Braves and the Diamondbacks are going to be going to the top of the fourth. So let's go back to this Mets game as it's 1-1 strike to Brett Beatty. And again, nobody out in the top of the first for the Mets. 1-0 thanks to an RBI single by Bo Bichette. And there's the 1-1, and that's in there for strike 2. Come on, Giants, don't let the Mets score, says Colton. 1-2 strikes to Brett Beatty. The 1-2 on the way. Swinging a ground ball. Hit back to the pitcher. The throw to home. There's one. The throw to first. There's 2. A 1-2-3 double play. And there's 2 outs in the top of the first inning. It's still a 1-0 game. Runners are still at second and third. And really quickly, let's go back to this Astros-A's game. So again, the A's were up 1-0. Yordan Alvarez tied it on a sacrifice fly. And the count is 3-1 to Jose Altuve. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Altuve, and that's strike 2. So we go back and forth between the Giants, Mets, and Astros Athletics. Mark Vientos in the box for the Mets. But back to Altuve's at bat for the Astros. 3-2 pitch, and Altuve lines one foul. Vientos has 2 balls and no strikes on him. Diamondbacks and Braves are in a break, and Angels and Mariners are in a break right now. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jose Altuve. And here comes the payoff pitch to Altuve right now. That is just low, but the A's are going to challenge this. Let you know what the verdict is on that in just a few seconds. Here's the 3-0 pitch to Vientos, and that is called a strike, but Vientos will challenge this. So, by the way, the A's, it's going to be called a strikeout. So the A's and the Astros are going to go to the bottom of the third. It's a 1-1 game. Alvarez ties it back on a sacrifice fly. Mets will have bases loaded as their challenge was successful in the top of the first. 1-0 New York is the score. We got the Braves and the Diamondbacks back on. Matt Olson is in the box right there. Let you know how he does in just a couple of seconds. But back over to the Giants-Mets game. 0-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit out to left field. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs. Are they going to score? No. It's just an RBI single, and the Mets take a 2-0 lead. Marcus Semien with a base hit. Bichette scores. 2-0 New York. And the bases remain loaded. That was almost caught by the shortstop, Adames. Wow. So the Mets fire up 2 runs already. And the pitch is going to be in there for a strike as they still have bases loaded. Matt Olson did just ground out for the Braves. Austin Riley is up and there's 2 outs in the Braves Diamondbacks game. Still no score there. It's 0-2 in this at-bat. That's to Carson Benj. 0-2 on the way. Swing and a foul tip into the glove for strike 3, and the inning is finally over. The Mets, they put up 2 runs on an RBI single by Bo Bichette and an RBI single by Marcus Semien. They're going to go to the bottom of the first out in the Bay Area. And with that, let's go back to this Braves-Diamondbacks game. No score. Rodriguez facing Riley, and the count is 2-2. The A's are also back on. They're playing against the Astros. That's in the bottom of the third. Shea Langeliers is in the box. The 2-2 to Austin Riley. Called strike 3, and the Braves and the Diamondbacks will go to the bottom of the 4th inning. So Corbin Carroll will be due up when they return to action. Okay. We'll catch you up on the Mariners and Angels in just a little bit. There's no score with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Not a lot of action going on there. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Langeliers. That's a fly ball hit out to center field. That'll be caught, though, and there's out number 1 in the bottom of the third out in Sacramento. How we doing, chat? Giants have to get some runs. All I care about is the Mets losing. I hear you, Colton. Hear you loud and clear. Oh, boy. Okay, so the Angels and the Mariners are going to go to the third inning. They are going to go to the third. Nothing in that game so far. No hits, no runs. Okay. Bottom of the third out in Sacramento. Nolan McLean is also getting ready to pitch for the Mets as they go to the bottom of the first out in San Fran. Soderstrom is in the box for the A's, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to him. It's pronounced Langeliers. Langeliers. Did I say Langeliers? Langeliers. Thank you. 1-1. Swing and a miss. That's to Tyler Soderstrom. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Tyler Soderstrom. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. Christian Javier for the Astros pitching. Gets set and fires, and the pitch is down for ball 2. Giants and the Mets are also back on. Adames is up, and the count is 0-2 to him. Two balls, 2 strikes to Tyler Soderstrom. Javier comes set and fires, and the pitch is outside for ball 3. The count's now full. Braves and Diamondbacks are also back on too. Corbin Carroll is in the box. Here's the big 3-2 pitch, though, to Tyler Soderstrom. And Javier kicks, fires, and the pitch is inside, and Soderstrom gets on with a 1-out walk for the Athletics. Adames worked his at-bat up to a 3-2 count. It was 0-2 to him, and the count's now full. Three balls, 2 strikes to Willie Adames in the Giants game, and the 3-2 is grounded over to shortstop. Going to be a tough play for Lindor. The throw to first just in time. There's out number 1 in the Giants game. Diamondbacks and Braves are also back on. Corbin Carroll just got on with a walk on 4 pitches. Or did he? Braves challenged it. That was a strike. Okay. For the A's, it's Brent Rooker who's up to bat. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Now Carroll just walked for the Diamondbacks. 1 ball, 1 strike in the bottom of the third. It's now 2 balls and no strikes, to Brent Rooker. 2-0 pitch to Rooker, and that's a foul ball. Devers for the Giants is in the box. The count is 3-1 to him in the bottom of the first of the Giants-Mets game. The 2-1 to Rooker, it's a little bit high for ball 3. 3-1 to Brent Rooker. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icons, folks. Devers is 3-2. He struck out for the Giants. There's out number 2 there. McLean pitched a nice fastball over towards the top tier of the zone. Brent Rooker just lifted a strike for the A's. And the count is full to him. They got a runner over at first. The payoff pitch to Rooker. It's a little bit high for ball 4. And the A's have 2 runners on base. We got ourselves a little rally there. Charge! Okay. In the Mariners game, there's 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. No hits so far in that game. Nothing. Nothing at all. The Giants are going to go down 1-2-3, and they're going to go to the top of the 2nd, already dealing with a 2-0 deficit. So that means that the Astros and the A's are on right now, and the Diamondbacks and the Braves are also not in a break either. 2 runners on. In the bottom of the 3rd, Jacob Wilson is in the box for the A's, facing Christian Javier. And Wilson is going to fly one out over towards the right field corner. The right fielder's there will make the catch, and out number 2 is provided. We'll cut back to that, and we'll go to the Diamondbacks really quickly. Geraldo Perdomo is in the box. It's 2-2 to him. Carroll leads off at first, and there's nobody out. Pitch to Perdomo. There's a fly ball hit out over towards center field. On the run is Harris. He'll make the catch. And there's 1 out in the bottom of the 4th, out at Chase Field. So back to the A's game. Lawrence Butler is up with 2 away and 2 runners on, and Butler's going to slice one out to shallow left center field. That'll get down for a base hit, and just like that, the A's will strike back and take the lead. 2-1 Athletics. That's an RBI bloop single by Lawrence Butler as he punched one out to left center. Mariners just got their first base runner of the game. Rob Refsnyder just walked with 2 outs. So the A's just took a 2-1 lead. The Giants and the Mets are going to go to the 2nd inning. Angels and Mariners, there's a runner over at first. For Seattle, Cal Raleigh is up. Gabriel Marino is in the box for the Diamondbacks. No balls, 2 strikes to Gabriel Marino. 0-2 is down and away for a ball. In the A's game, the 2-0 is popped up out over towards the first base side, but it's out of play. Alvarez for the Mets just lined one over to 3rd, but Chapman caught it. And there's 1 out in the 2nd inning in the Bay Area. Big pitch coming up to Max Muncy for the A's. The 2-1 pitch to Muncy. There's a line drive out to right center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit, and it'll go all the way towards the corner. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. It's 4-1 on the 2-run double by Max Muncy for the A's. And Christian Javier is really struggling for the Astros. Damn. What was the right fielder doing? Who's that in right? Myers? I don't even know what he was doing there. Okay. In the Mariners game, Cal Raleigh is up. The 2-2 pitch. Did he go? He did not. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Cal Raleigh. In the top of the 3rd with 2 away. You got Raleigh in the box for the Mariners. You got Arenado in the box for the Diamondbacks. Tyrone Taylor is batting for the Mets. And for the Athletics, they have Jeff McNeil up. The Mets are going to go to the bottom of the second with a 2-0 lead. They go down in order 1, 2, 3. So there's 3 outs there. The A's just took a 4-1 lead in the bottom of the third inning. So we got a lot of drama. Cal Raleigh batting on the right side. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes to him. And the 3-2 on the way. Strike 3 called. He's going to challenge it. That was a strike, though. And he will go down looking. And the inning is over out in L.A. Okay. So there is a break over there. Nolan Arenado is in the box for the Diamondbacks. His count is 3-2. Holmes gets set at the belt and fires, and the 3-2 is swung on and missed. 4 shutout innings between the Braves and the Diamondbacks, and they will go to the 5th with no score, which means that the only game that's not in a break is this one right here. This is still in the bottom of the third. The A's have a 4-1 lead, 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a runner over at second. And the pitch is flied out over towards shallow left field, and on the run to make the catch out in foul territory for out number 3 for the Astros is Matthews. So that inning is over, and all 4 games are currently in a break, and let's just reset the table for everybody. So the Angels and the Mariners are scoreless. They are going to the bottom of the third. Cal Raleigh just struck out to end the inning. He had a runner over at first. The Athletics, they were tied 1-1, and then they just untied the knot, and they have a 4-1 lead as they go to the top of the 4th inning. The Diamondbacks and the Braves are scoreless. That game is going to the top of the 5th. And last but not least, the Mets lead it 2-0 against the Giants. And they're the first game that's back on. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Chapman. And we'll just stay right here. Boy, oh boy. What's up, Cool J? So that is what's going on right now. Chapman is going to pop up the 1-1 pitch out over to shallow right field. The catch is made, and there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 2nd inning in San Francisco. We'll just stay right here. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be batting for the first time. If you guys have Logan O'Hoppe, he is up for the Angels if you have him in fantasy baseball. He's behind in the count 0-1. Lee's first pitch that he takes is down for a ball. We'll just go back and forth between these 2 games real quick. No balls, 1 strike to O'Hoppe, and O'Hoppe is going to pop it foul. Jung-Hoo Lee, 2 balls, no strikes to him. The 2-0 pitch to Lee, swing and a miss. 2 balls, 1 strike to Jung-Hoo Lee. Wu, for the Mariners, is going to be behind in the count 1-2 to O'Hoppe. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jung-Hoo Lee, and 1 ball and 2 strikes to Logan O'Hoppe. The 2-2 to Lee. He pops it up out over towards shallow left field. And that's going to be caught for out number 2 of the bottom of the 2nd inning. O'Hoppe for the Angels did just ground out over to third. So there's 1 out there in the bottom of the 3rd. Braves and Diamondbacks are also back on, and so are the A's and the Astros. And for now, we'll just focus on Heliot Ramos, who's up for the Giants. The pitch to Ramos. That'll be in there for a called strike. At the top of the zone. Beat those Mets, says Colton. 0-1 pitch to Ramos. He fouls it off. Braves have 2 men up, 2 men down in the top of the 5th against the Diamondbacks. No balls, 2 strikes to Heliot Ramos for the Giants. 0-2, and that's outside for a ball. And the Angels have Oswald Peraza in the box. But here's the 1-2 pitch to Ramos. And that's outside and low for ball 2. 2-0 Mets, 4-1 Athletics, and no score in the other 2 games. 2-2 pitch to Ramos. He grounds it back up the middle. Second baseman has it, picks it up, throws it over to first. 2 innings in the books out in the Bay Area. And with that, they're going to go to the 3rd. Mets and Giants are going to the 3rd inning right now. This is what's going on in the Braves-Diamondbacks game so far. A pitching duel in this game between Grant Holmes and Eduardo Rodriguez. It's 3 balls and no strikes to Michael Harris. And the 3-0 delivery is called a strike. Right at the knees. Also have the Angels game on right now. Here's the 3-1 pitch, though, to Harris. Swing and a miss. It is 3 balls and 2 strikes in the top of the 5th inning to Michael Harris. Rodriguez, for the Diamondbacks, gets set and deals, and Harris stays alive and fouls off another pitch. The Angels and the Mariners are scoreless, and it's 3-2 to Oswald Peraza, the former Yankee, in the batter's box. Harris, for the Braves, just walked, and he's going to go on over to first base. So the Braves have their potential first runner over at first. Before we go back to that game, Wu, for the Mariners, will fire the 3-2 pitch to Peraza, and that ball sliced out to right field. Long run for Victor Robles. He can't make the catch. And so that's a bloop single provided by Oswald Peraza. And Robles got banged up on the play. Oh, no. He gets up, though, and he says that he's all right. Okay. And he will go over there. So go back to the Braves game for a second. Jonah Heim just grounded into a fielder's choice, and the inning is over. Rodriguez and Holmes are going toe-to-toe, and they will go to the bottom of the 5th inning out at Chase Field. The Mets did just get the leadoff man aboard. Oh, boy. So they got a runner over at first. Luis Robert Jr. is up. Bo Bichette is 2 for 2 today. He just singled. In the Angels game, there was a pickoff attempt over at first. They said that Oswald Peraza was safe. He looked like he was out, and the Mariners are actually going to challenge this. Wow. I'm surprised that he was called safe. So we'll let you know what the verdict is on that in just a couple of seconds. 2 balls, no strikes, though, to Luis Robert Jr. in the top of the 3rd. And the pitch is going to be in there for a strike. Oh, boy. Keith is here. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man? 2 balls, 1 strike to Luis Robert Jr. And the pitch to Robert, grounded over to 3rd. The throw to 2nd, there's 1. The throw to 1st, there's 2. It's a double play. And there's 2 outs there. So back to the verdict of this Mariners-Angels game. We still don't have one just yet. Oh, yes we do. They say that he's out at first. And so there's 2 outs and now nobody on as Peraza gets picked off by Wu. Meanwhile, the Astros and the A's are going to go to the bottom of the 4th. The Astros went down in order 1, 2, 3. So there's a break in the action out in Sacramento. Two outs, top of the 3rd in the Mets-Giants game. And Beatty is up, and he's going to foul off the first pitch. 0-1 is the count. No balls, 1 strike to Brett Beatty. And the 0-1 is in there for strike 2. 2-0 Mets. No score between the Mariners and the Angels. They're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. No score between the Braves and the Diamondbacks. They're in the bottom of the 5th right now. As Thomas is going to ground one over towards the right side. Nearly beat out the throw. And there's 1 away in the bottom of the 5th for the Diamondbacks. And then the A's and the Astros, it's 4-1 Athletics. That's going to the bottom of the 4th. Mets and Giants. Right now we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd as Beatty strikes out. Harrison Bader will lead it off for the Giants when they return as they trail 2-0. Thanks to a Bo Bichette RBI single in the 1st, followed up by an RBI single by Marcus Semien. So the only game that's not in a break is this Braves-Diamondbacks game. James McCann is up. There's 1 away and 1 out, and he's facing Grant Holmes. He's been doing a great job today, Holmes. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. No balls, 2 strikes to James McCann. 0-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. Acuna tracks it down, makes the catch, and there's out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th inning out at Chase Field. Okay. Athletics are also back on. They lead at 4-1. What's been the scoring of that game so far, JJ? Great question. Denzel Clark had an RBI single. Yordan Alvarez hit a sac fly. Lawrence Butler had an RBI single. And Max Muncy hit a 2-run double for the A's. Bottom of the 5th here out in Arizona. It's Carlos Santana who is up to bat. It's 1-0 to him. Holmes kicks and deals, and the pitch is outside for ball 2. The A's do have a base runner over at first. How did they get their base runner? Denzel Clark just walked. 2-0 to Santana. Swing and a miss. All 4 games now back in action. Santana in the box for the Diamondbacks. Let you know if there's any updates. 2-1 pitch to Santana. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2 to Carlos Santana. For the Giants, they have Harrison Bader leading it off. His count is 1-1. Now it's 2-1. 2-2 pitch on the way to Santana. Swing and a miss. Grant Holmes has had himself a sensational day. It's time to go to the 6th inning out in Arizona. Wow, what a fast game that's been so far. Bader in the box. It's 3-1 to him. And the pitch is lined foul. 3-2 is the count. Josh Naylor just blooped a single out to center field for the Seattle Mariners. A Rosarina is up for them. And we'll let you know how he does. The pitch to Bader. Ground ball, diving stop by the third baseman. Gets up, throws it over to first. Bo Bichette makes an excellent throw and an excellent diving stop at third base. There's one out in the bottom of the third. Randy Arozarena in the box for the Mariners. And the count is 0-2 to Randy. No balls, 2 strikes to Randy Arozarena, facing Reed Detmers for the Angels. The pitch to Arozarena, there's a line drive, base it out to right field. Adele almost lost it on the hop, and so the Mariners have 2 runners on in the top of the 4th inning, and they have a potential rally coming on up. Giants have 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd. The A's also have 2 runners on in the bottom of the 4th. Charge! So we might have a double diamond here. Naylor's at second for the Seattle Mariners. And there's a runner at first. Here's Brendan Donovan, who takes a pitch inside for a ball. The former Cardinal flied out to second in the second. 1 ball, no strikes to Brendan Donovan. The pitch is down and away for ball 2. Mariners trying to get on the board in the top of the 4th. Shea Langoliers is up to bat again for the A's. But here's the 2-0 to Donovan. He chops it over to shortstop. The throw to third. There's 1, and that's all that they're going to get. It's a 6-5 fielder's choice, and there's 2 outs, and that's a big out recorded by Reed Detmers. That was huge. Go over to Langoliers' at-bat. It's now 1 ball, 1 strike to him. Acuna is also up for the Atlanta Braves. So we got a triple box here. There's J.P. Crawford for the Mariners. He just took the ball. The pitch to Langoliers, and that's inside for ball 2. 2-1 to Langoliers, 2-1 to Acuna, and 1-0 to Crawford. Now it's 1-1 to Crawford. 2-1 to Acuna. He gets a base hit out to right field, and the Braves have the leadoff man aboard in the top of the 6th. Langoliers just swung on and missed the pitch. His count's now 2-2. So the Braves have a runner over at first, as they look to try to score as well. There's some threats in these 3 games here. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Shea Langoliers. 1 ball, 2 strikes to J.P. Crawford. The 1-2 to Crawford. Swing and a miss. The Angels get out of the jam. And that's going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Mariners and Angels still scoreless. That was a golden opportunity for Seattle to score, and they come up empty. 2-2 to Langoliers. Javier gets set below the belt. The pitch to Shea, foul ball. Baldwin is up for the Braves. The pitch was swung on and missed. Acuna goes to second, and he is safe at second base. So the Braves have their potential first run in scoring position for them. It's 1-1 to Baldwin really quickly. Let's go to Baldwin's at-bat. The pitch, he pops it up, out over to shallow left field. Perdomo's there, makes the catch, and there's out number 1. Shea Langoliers still in the box fighting for the Athletics. The pitch was a little bit outside, and the count is 3-2 to him. The 3-2 pitch to Shea. Foul ball. He swung at ball 4. Damn. He did. For the Braves, they have Ozzie Albies up, batting on the right side. And Ozzie fouls off the first pitch. Mets and Giants are back on. We'll let you know how that's going in just a second. 3-2 to Langoliers. 3-2 pitch. This is grounded over to shortstop. The throw to second, there's one. The throw to first, there's two. It's a 6-4-3 double play, and there's 2 outs in the A's game with a runner over at third. Back to Albies. Throw back to second to get Acuna. It's not in time. 2 big outs in that A's-Astros game. But the Braves are looking to try to get on the board early here. Not early, it's now at the top of the 6th. Here's the 0-1 to Albies, and that misses outside for a ball. The Mets did just get a leadoff single from Mark Vientos, and he's over at first. That game is still in the top of the 4th. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ozzie. The pitch, swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. And in the Angels-Mariners game, Mike Trout is up. It's a 2-ball, no strike count to Mike Trout. Now it's 3-0 to Trout. For the A's, Tyler Soderstrom just popped out, and the inning is about to be over. Or is it? No, it's not. It was dropped by the catcher. Denzel Clark scores, and it's 5-1 Athletics. I spoke too soon. That was popped up right in front of home plate, and the catcher couldn't find it. He lost it. Wow. Meanwhile, the Braves, Ozzie Albies, did just get on with an infield single. Acuna goes over to third, and there's runners at the corners, and Atlanta is knocking on the door. Damn. The Angels also just had Mike Trout just walk, and he is over at first base. But wow, I can't believe it. The A's and the Astros are going to have a pitching change, so there's a break in the action in Sacramento. Boy, oh boy. I can't believe that they didn't get out of it. Let's go really quickly over to the Mets game. Here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out to deep center field, and that ball is gone. It's a 4-0 Mets lead. Marcus Semien, who had an RBI single, hits one out to deep center off of Tyler Manley, and it's 4-0 Mets. Damn. So the Mets have a 4-0 lead. They just got their first out as well. All right, here we go back to the Braves game as they are ready to score. Olsen is up, and he takes the pitch outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm with you about Bader. I hear you, man. A Rosarena. Did I say a Rosarena? I did. Alvarez sends one out to center field for the Mets, and that one is gone. And it's now 5-0 New York. Tyler Manley is getting eaten alive by the Mets. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes, and that's to Matt Olson. Olson in the box. Runners at the corners for Matt Olson against Rodriguez. 1-2 pitch to Olsen, then he fouls it off. Mets lead at 5-0. Braves and Diamondbacks are scoreless. A's lead at 5-1 against the Astros. And the Angels and the Mariners are scoreless as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Matt Olson. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He went around, says the third base umpire. And there's 2 outs in the 6th inning out in Arizona. Boy, oh boy. So Olsen is down on strikes, and there's out number 2 in Arizona. So 2 outs there. And their next man up to bat is Austin Riley. Here's Riley in the box. Riley takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Angels and Mariners in the bottom of the 4th. It's 2-2 to Jorge Soler. One 0 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count is 1-1 to Riley. It's also 3-2 to Soler. 1 ball, 1 strike to Austin Riley. And the 1-1 pitch is in the dirt for ball 2. Braves trying to score here. Soler just struck out for the Angels after putting up a 9-pitch at-bat against Brian Wu. And he's down swinging on strikes. 2-1 to Austin Riley. And the pitch to Austin, that's down for ball 3. The Mets are still in the top of the 4th with nobody on and 2 outs, leading it 5-0. Pitch to Riley, grounded over to shortstop. The throw to second is in time. The Braves can't get a run, and they're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. There's a base hit up the middle for the A's. They're going to take a 6-1 lead as Jacob Wilson sends one up the middle, and they are just pounding on the Astros. They are just letting out their frustration on them. That's the son of Jack Wilson, Jacob Wilson, coming through, and Lawrence Butler is up for them now. Butler's going to fly one out over to deep left field, and that ball is going to go. Lawrence Butler with an opposite field 3-run home run. And the A's lead it 9-1 against the Astros. What a game. Who would have thought that they'd put up 9 runs at this point? So after Wilson gets an RBI single, Lawrence Butler sends one out to deep left field. All right, the Angels and the Mariners are going to go to the 5th inning. Brian Wu and Reed Detmers going toe-to-toe. Wu has just given up 1 hit. Detmers has given up 2. And every other game is in a break. So let's just recap here. The Mets lead at 5-0. That game's going to the bottom of the 4th against the Giants. The Braves had a golden opportunity to score in the 6th inning, but now they're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. The pitch on the way, there's another fly ball out to left field, and Muncy goes yard for the Athletics. Hold your horses. The A's with 10 runs against the Astros. My, oh my. That's unbelievable. That is unreal. Oh, boy. All right, the Giants and the Mets are back on. Diamondbacks and Braves are also back on. Tim Tawa is up for the Diamondbacks. It's 2-0 to him. We'll stick right here. Giants and Mets. That's in the bottom of the fourth. Giants trail 5-0. Alvarez and Simeon each hit a home run out to center field in that top of the fourth inning for the Mets. 2 balls, 1 strike to Tim Tawa. Holmes is still pitching for the Braves, and the 2-1 is in there for strike 2. Adames was ahead in the count 3-0, but he just struck out for the Giants, and there's out number 1. Nolan McLean is untouchable. Here we go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. There's a ground ball hit over to third base. Riley barehands it. Throws it over to first. What a play by Austin Riley. And there's 1 out. Tim Tawa just grounded out over to third. What a heck of a play by Austin. Are you kidding me? That was a Nolan Arenado type of a play. Tawa probably would have had that beat if Riley didn't barehand that thing, but he is just so good defensively over at third. Excellent throw, and Tawa was just out by about half a step. It's Ketel Marte who's up, and Marte slaps the single out to left field for the Diamondbacks, and so they got a runner over at first. By the way, there's still 2 outs in the A's game. It's 10-1 over there. We'll go really quickly over to Rafael Devers, who's up for the Giants. The count is 1-2, and now make it 2-2. The A's are finally going to go to the 5th inning. It's 10-1 Athletics. Corbin Carroll up for the Diamondbacks, and he just takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Corbin Carroll. Holmes gets set at the belt, kicks, fires, and it's in there for a strike. Giants, we got an update. Oh boy. Devers just grounded out over to first, and there is out number 2 in the bottom of the fourth. There's the 1-1 to Corbin Carroll, and that misses high for ball 2. Braves and Diamondbacks. It's been a great game between these two teams. Detmer's just got another strikeout for the Angels, and there's 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Not a lot of scoring, or not a lot of offense in that game in particular. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mets and Giants are going to go to the top of the 5th inning. 5-0 New York. The 2-2 pitch, that misses high for ball 3 to Corbin Carroll. And the count is now full to Corbin. Damn. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch to Carroll. It's up high for ball 4, and the Diamondbacks have 2 runners on. So 2 games in a break. The only ones that aren't in a break right now, Angels and Mariners, and Braves and Diamondbacks. Rob Refsnyder is up for the Mariners. It's 1-2 to him with 2 outs and nobody on. The pitch to Rob, and that's high for ball 2. We'll obviously keep you updated with the Astros game, but that right now is a blowout. So if there's anything interesting there, we'll let you know. The 2-2 to Rob. That's outside for a ball. Oh, we got to go back to the A's game. The pitch, there's a ground ball hit over to shortstop. Wilson has it, throws it over to first, and he takes away a base hit. Oh, my goodness. What a defensive play by Jacob Wilson. He had to throw it right over towards almost near the third base side, and he just got the runner out. Wow. That was an excellent throw. Is he out? I think maybe he is. That was a very close play. Jacob Wilson flashing the leather. All right, Braves Diamondbacks. Here we go. No balls, one strike. There's an ABS challenge. The Braves challenge, and the call is overturned. It's no balls and 2 strikes. And the guy that's up to bat is Geraldo Perdomo. Oh, and 2 to Perdomo for the Diamondbacks. Holmes in a jam. 0-2 pitch. And Perdomo fouls it off. For the Mariners, they have Cal Raleigh in the box. He has not gotten a hit today. 1 ball and no strikes to Cal. Runner over at first for them. But back to the Diamondbacks really quick. 0-2 pitch to Perdomo, foul ball. Raleigh with the 1-0 to him. And that's high and inside for ball 2. So let's just stick with these 2 games. No balls, 2 strikes to Perdomo. 0-2 on the way. Grounded over to second. The throw to shortstop, there's 1. The throw to first, and that is a 4-6-3 double play. And Holmes gets out of the jam for the Braves, and they will go to the 7th inning. No score out in Arizona. With that, here's Cal Raleigh, and the 2-1 to him is in the zone for strike 2. Mets are also on. There's 1 out in the top of the 5th. And it's 3-2 to Roberts. The 2-2 to Raleigh. Foul ball. Luis Robert Jr. just grounded out over to second. And so there's 2 down in the top of the 5th there. Cal Raleigh in the box. He's 0 for 2 today. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a runner over at first. Man, what a night. It's 11:18 p.m. Eastern Time. The 2-2 to Raleigh. Fly ball hit out over to shallow left field. Raleigh got way underneath it. The left fielder's in foul territory. He'll make the catch. The Angels and the Mariners are going to go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Detmers and Wu in a pitching duel so far. So a break there. A break out in the desert. And the A's and the Astros, it's 10-1 in that game. With 2 outs, and it's a 3-2 count. As they have Bryce Matthews up to bat. And then the Mets and the Giants, there's 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Brett Beatty is in the box. The count is 0-2 to him. And now it's 1-2 to Beatty. The 3-2 to Bryce Matthews. And he's going to ground it over to second. And the Astros and the A's are going to go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 10-1 Athletics. And the only game that's not in a break is the Giants-Mets game. Here's the 1-2 to Beatty, and he fouls it off. What a game. What a night of baseball so far in these late slate games. Angels and Mariners going to the bottom of the 5th with no score. Diamondbacks and Braves are going to the top of the 7th with no score. And here's the 1-2 pitch to Beatty, and that's taken for ball 2. Braves are back on. And then the final game that we forgot to mention is Athletics and Astros. It's a 10-1 game in the bottom of the 5th. Eli White is up for the Braves. It's 1-2 to Eli White. And for now, we'll just go right here. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Eli White. Eduardo Rodriguez pitching for the Diamondbacks, and he's been doing a great job so far. It's 2-2 now to White. What's going on, chat? How we feeling? The 2-2 to White. Ground ball hit over to short. Played on the hop by Perdomo. The throw to first just in time. 1 away in the top of the 7th in the Braves Diamondbacks game. Mets and Giants are going to go to the bottom of the 5th. Which means that we got Angels and Mariners on. And we also got Diamondbacks and Braves. Angels got started at like 10 o'clock. No balls, 1 strike to Joe Adell for the Angels. Brian Wu has 57 pitches. The 0-1 to Adell, and that's called strike 2. Dubon for the Braves is up, and his count is 0-2. So Dubon down in the count 0-2. Adell down in the count 0-2. And Wu's pitch to Adell. Line drive, foul ball. Dubon's 0-2 counts. And we have a pitch clock violation called, and therefore it's a 1-2 count to Dubon. No balls, 2 strikes to Joe Adell. And he fouls off another pitch. The A's and the Astros are back on. We'll keep you updated on that. But all eyes on this Mariners, Angels, and Braves, Diamondbacks game. The 2-2 to Dubon, swing and a miss. There's out number 2 in the Braves game. And Adell, here's his 0-2 pitch, and he grounds 1 foul. So 2 outs in the Braves game. So that game is still scoreless. The Giants are also coming back up to bat. It's a big 0-2 pitch to Joe Adell. Wu gets set and fires the pitch. Swing and a miss. Adell is down on strikes. And Brian Wu gets the first out of the inning out in Anaheim. So for the Braves, they have Michael Harris up in the box. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Michael Harris. There's also 1 out in the top of the 5th of that Athletics-Astros game. The pitch to Harris. He grounds it over to second. The throw over to first is in time. Diamondbacks and Braves go into the bottom of the 7th inning. Wow, that's been a fast game so far. Josh Lowe will be in the box for the Angels. The count is 0-2 to him. He just swung on and missed at a pitch that was in the dirt. For the Giants, they have Jung-Hoo Lee in the box. His count is 3-1. The 0-2 to Lowe, and he fouls it off. The 3-1 to Jung-Hoo Lee. It's in there for strike 2. Five 0 Mets in the bottom of the 5th out in San Fran. Lee is in the box. McLean pitching well so far. 3-2 pitch. It's dribbled over towards the first base side. McLean has it, and he tags the bag himself. That was an excellent play. He had to sprint over to that ball, and he got there and got it in his glove and tagged the bag all in one motion. That was impressive. Giants not able to hit anything. Big 1-2 pitch coming up from Brian Wu here. And the 1-2 on the way is down and away for ball 2. Still no score between the Angels and the Mariners. Time is flying by here. Wu will get set and deliver. And that's another foul ball. Josh Lowe is working up that pitch count. The Athletics lead it 10-1 against the Astros. 10-1. They put up 1 run in the second, 3 runs in the third, 6 runs in the fourth. And now they're in the bottom of the 5th. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Josh Lowe. The pitch just inside for ball 3, and the count is now full. Braves and Diamondbacks. Grant Holmes, 6 innings, 4 strikeouts. Eduardo Rodriguez, 7 innings, 3 strikeouts. Only 5 hits combined in that game. 3-2 pitch to Josh Lowe, and he pops it up out over towards straightaway center. Rodriguez gets there. There's out number 2 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Dylan Lee is going to pitch for the Braves as the Diamondbacks are back up again. And it's Gabriel Marino who's up. The Giants are now going to go to the top of the 6th. Ramos just struck out. McLean has not given up anything just yet. And he has something special going on against the Giants. I'll have to go back there when they go to the bottom of the 6th. Logan O'Hoppe is up for the Angels. 1 ball, no strikes to Logan O'Hoppe. And the 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. Marino for the Diamondbacks will pop one out over to shallow right. Acuna will make the catch. And there's 1 gone in the bottom of the 7th out in the desert. Two balls, 1 strike to Logan O'Hoppe in the bottom of the 5th for the Angels and the Mariners. The 2-1 pitch to O'Hoppe, it's just a bit outside for ball 3, but they're going to challenge that. Cal Raleigh says, hold up a sec. How about Soderstrom? He's up for the Athletics. He just lined 1 foul. That is a ball. It's 3-1 to Logan O'Hoppe. Still scoreless out in LA and still scoreless out in the desert. 5-0 Mets, 10-1 Athletics. The 3-1 to O'Hoppe, and he flies it out of center field. They're going to go to the 6th inning. Mariners and Angels. No score. Just 3 hits in that game. And with that, go back to the Diamondbacks-Braves game. Bottom of the 7th, it's Nolan Arenado who's in the box with 1 away. Arenado's 0 for 2. He lined out, and he struck out for the Diamondbacks. Mark Vientos also up for the Mets. It's 2-0 to Vientos. Now it's 3-0 to Vientos. The pitch to Arenado, and that's in there for a strike. Vientos' count is now 3-1. The pitch to Arenado, swing and a miss. The pitch to Vientos, and that is called ball 4, and Vientos gets on with a walk. Soderstrom for the Athletics will line one out to right field. It'll get down for a base hit. Another run scores. It's 11-1 Athletics. And the pitch on the way to Arenado. He flies this one out to deep left field. It'll stay in the park, and it'll be caught for out number 2. Tyler Soderstrom, though, with an RBI double. And the A's lead it 11-1. Vientos, by the way, just got on with a single. Or actually, it was a walk, excuse me. Alec Thomas for the Diamondbacks just singled out to center field, and he gets on with a 2-out single for Arizona. Man, oh man, the A's score another run. Unreal. Oh, man. News up for them, Brent Rooker. I don't know, but here's James McCann for the Diamondbacks. Braves and Diamondbacks still scoreless with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch to McCann, the foul ball. Nolan McLean has been special so far today. No balls, 1 strike to James McCann. Thomas at first. The throw back to first is not in time. That was close. They won't challenge it, though. That was a good throw. Just got his left hand back in there, though. Rooker just popped out for the Athletics. And the inning is over. They're going to go to the top of the 6th inning. Mets just grounded into a double play. They're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. And Nolan McLean is going to go back out there. And we are going to look and see how he does in the bottom of the 6th. All eyes are going to be on him. Here's the 0-2 to McCann. Swing and a miss. The Braves and the Diamondbacks have not scored a run, and that game is going to go to the 8th inning. Heim, Acuna, and Baldwin are due on up. And the only game that's not in a break is this Mariners-Angels game. Julio Rodriguez is in the box. And the count is 2-2 to Julio Rodriguez. Rodriguez swings and misses at strike 3. And the throw on over to first is in plenty of time to get Julio to record and finish the strikeout. McLean so far has 67 pitches. It's going to the bottom of the 6th. And he has struck out 4 batters in 5 innings. All zeros are on the board. Naylor is going to fly one out to deep left center field, but it'll stay in the yard, and the catch is made for out number 2. And so there's 2 outs. By the way, the Mariners are out of ABS challenges. Angels still have both of their challenges remaining. Embrace the Struggle is here. What's going on, Embrace the Struggle? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Randy Arozarena will step on up to bat. And the pitch to Randy, swing and a miss. Astros and A's are back on. No balls, 1 strike. And the pitch to Randy. He grounds it over towards the second baseman who spins, turns, throws it over to first, and that is just an excellent play. Off balance, and he got him out. The inning is done. Angels and Mariners still scoreless, and they go to the bottom of the 6th. We are going to go back out to the Bay Area because Nolan McLean is pitching. The 2-0 pitch to Bader, swing and a miss. Giants have not gotten anything off of McLean. 2 balls, 1 strike to Harrison Bader. The pitch, and that is just a bit low for ball 3. Eduardo Rodriguez, his night is done for the Diamondbacks. The pitch to Bader, and there goes the perfect game. It's down low for ball 4 to Harrison Bader. But the other thing is still intact. Yastrzemski, the former Giant, will fly one out over towards right field, and Carroll almost made a ridiculous catch, but it was a foul ball. Oh, gosh. That was close. Patrick Bailey is now up for the Giants in the bottom of the 6th. So the perfect game is done. 0-1, and that misses down and in for a ball. One ball, 1 strike to Patrick Bailey. The pitch to Bailey, and that's low again for ball 2. McLean's pitch count is now at 74 pitches. He was perfect through 5. Just walked Bader. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch. Foul ball. For the Braves, Yastrzemski struck out, and there's 1 out in the top of the 8th inning, out in the deserts. Two balls, 2 strikes to Patrick Bailey. The pitch, and that's down in the dirt for ball 3. Acuna for the Braves just grounded out, so now there's 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning in the Braves-Diamondbacks game. Boy, oh boy. No action in that one. The 3-2 to Bailey, and that is barely inside for ball 4, and the Giants have 2 base runners, and Alvarez wants to go talk to McLean right now. And with that, let's go see how Drake Baldwin does as he lines one out to center, and a diving catch by Thomas. Alec Thomas able to lay it all down, and he gets a tip of the cap to Murillo. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 8th out in Arizona. Go watch that play by Alec Thomas. He just came running in and rolled over and caught it and just took away a base hit to Drake Baldwin. That was a great catch. I don't know what was better, that one or the Corbin Carroll catch, but that was pretty cool. So the Giants have 2 base runners on. And Gerard Encarnacion is up in the box for San Fran. Astros and A's have 2 outs in the top of the 6th. The pitch to Encarnacion, swing and a miss. And the count is 0-1. Mike Trout is up for the Angels, and he sends one out to deep left field, but it'll be flied out to left, and they will go to the 7th with no score. Jeff Foxworthy is choking. 1 ball, 1 strike. I don't get the joke. He's the host of Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader, right? The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Is he a Mets fan? One ball, 2 strikes. So the Giants have 2 runners on and nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. 1-2 to Gerard, foul ball. McLean's pitch count is now at 81. A's and Astros are in the bottom of the sixth. The top of the sixth with 2 away, I should say. Giants in the bottom of the sixth. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To Gerard Encarnacion, and the 1-2 is fouled off again. We'll do it again. Oh, McLean looks like Jeff Foxworthy. Oh, I get you. Does he? Maybe a little. 1-2 to Gerard. Foul ball. He's putting up a good fight here. All right, the Diamondbacks are back on as they go to the bottom of the 8th against the Braves. Robert Suarez is pitching. There's no score in that game. Tensions are high. 1-2 pitch to Gerard, and it's way inside for ball 2. It's also 2-0 to Carlos Santana for the Diamondbacks. Carlos pops it up, though, out over towards the second base side, and the shortstop is going to make the catch. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gerard Encarnacion for the Giants. McLean was perfect through 5, but he allowed 2 walks to start off the 6th for the Mets. McLean comes set and deals, and Encarnacion's going to fly one out to right field, and that'll be caught for out number 1. The throw over to third is going to be cut off, and Bader went on over to third base, and he tagged up from second. So it is still a 5-0 game, but there's runners at the corners. The Diamondbacks have Tim Tawa up at the plate, and he just grounded one foul. Oswald Peraza just made a really nice play for the Angels and just got Brendan Donovan out for out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning out in L.A. So we got a triple box of games. No balls and 2 strikes to Tim Tawa. And the 0-2 to Tawa. He grounds it over to third. Riley has it, throws it over to first. There's 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning out in Arizona. The count is also 2-0 to Willie Adames for the Giants. The 2-0 pitch, and Adames fouls it off. Jacob Wilson just got on again for the Athletics, and he just led off the bottom of the 6th with a single. Ketel Marte is up to bat for the Diamondbacks. His count is 1-0. The 2-1 to Adames. Foul ball. And here's the 1-0 to Marte. He flies it out to right. That's caught by Acuna. The Braves and the Diamondbacks are going into the 9th inning with no score. 3-2 is the count again to Adames. And the next pitch is down for ball 3. It was 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now in the Mariners game, they're going to challenge a play. They challenged Donovan to see if he was safe or if he was out, and he was out. Pitch to Adames. There's a fly ball hit out to right center field. That'll split the gap, and that'll go over the wall. And so 1 run's going to score. It'll be a 5-1 game, and it's an RBI ground rule double by Willie Adames. And there's still 1 out. Devers is due on up. Timeout taken by the Mets. Really quickly, Mariners and Angels still have no score. Reed Detmers has 94 pitches for the Angels. There is going to be a break in the action, so the no-hitter is done, and it looks like that McLean's night is done too. So there's a pitch and change in that game in the bottom of the 6th. So we stay out in L.A. 2-1 pitch to Justin Crawford, or J.P. Crawford, that is, and that's down for ball 3. Tennis is also pronounced like Los Angeles. Tennis. Or did I say tennis? 3 balls, 1 strike. The pitch to Crawford, and that is a foul ball again. The A's are going to go to the top of the 7th. It's 11-1. They are beating the Astros and pounding them. Detmers with the 3-2 to J.P. Crawford, and that's outside for ball 4, and there is a 1-out walk to Crawford. The Diamondbacks are back on, and the Braves will start off the top of the 9th with Ozzie Albies facing Paul Stewart, and the pitch is swung on and missed. No balls and 1 strike to Ozzie Albies. Oh, 1 to Ozzie. There's a fly ball hit out to right field. It is gone! He breaks the ice. Ozzie Albies with his 2nd bomb of the season. One nothing Braves. That is how they get their first run. Devers up for the Giants, and he fouls off the pitch. So the Braves just took a 1-0 lead on a solo home run by Ozzie Albies. No balls, 1 strike to Rafael Devers, and the 0-1 is fouled back towards the screen. Olsen's going to launch one out to center field for the Braves, and that ball is also gone. Back-to-back jacks for Atlanta in the top of the 9th inning. And they just explode for runs. It was no score going into the 9th. And Albies and Olsen went back-to-back. Damn. Oh, boy. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Rafael Devers still in the box for the Giants. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Devers. Crawford just got picked off at second base. There's 2 outs in the Mariners game. Devers is 1-2. They try to appeal. He didn't go. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rafael Devers. The 2-2 pitch to Devers, and that's outside and low for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Rafael Devers for the Giants. They were down 5-0. 3-2 pitch, and Devers stays alive again. Now the Mariners, Victor Robles just singled out to left field. He is the potential go-ahead run in the top of the 7th with 2 outs. Braves and the Diamondbacks were tied and scoreless heading into the 9th inning, and Olsen and Albies went back-to-back. Riley's going to send one out to center field, and that'll stay in the ballpark, and there's out number 1. Back to Devers' at bat for the Giants. The 3-2 pitch, and Devers swings and misses, and there's out number 2. Another strikeout for the Mets pitching. We got a pitching change out in Seattle, or out in L.A., I should say. It's Luis Ariz who's in the box for the Giants now. Bottom of the 6th, 2 outs. And the pitch, it's going to get away from Alvarez. Here comes a runner to the plate. The throw is not in time. It's 5-2. And the Giants get another run back on the wild pitch. This game's not done yet either. For the Braves, they're still not done. They got Dom Smith up at the plate. No balls, 2 strikes to Dom Smith. Sewald will get set at the letters, and the 0-2 is outside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. Ariz still in the box for the Giants. It's a 5-2 game there. The 1-1 to Ariz, down and away for ball 2. The 2-1 pitch. Foul ball to Ariz. The 1-2 to Dom. It's outside for ball 2. 2-2 in both counts. Dom Smith's 2-2. Foul ball. The 2-2 to Ariz, and that's outside for ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes to Luis Ariz. Payoff pitch, and Ariz pops it up right behind home plate. It'll be a foul ball. The pitch to Smith, and there's a strikeout again for Sewald in the top of the 9th, and there's 2 gone in the 9th inning. Again, Matt Olson and Ozzie Albies went back-to-back with no score heading into the 9th inning of that Braves-Diamondbacks game. Three and 2 to Luis Ariz. Cole Young almost hit had a base hit, but it was just called foul. The 3-2 to Ariz. He grounds it over towards the first base side. The throw to first is in time. The inning is over, but the Giants do get 2 runs back, and they will head to the 7th inning, 5-2 Mets. That is the score. And with that, 2 games currently in a break. We'll just let you know that the A's and the Astros, it's still an 11-1 game there. But we'll go back over to Angel Stadium. The 1-2 pitch coming up to Cole Young with a runner at first. And the 1-2 on the way is swung on and missed. And the Angels and the Mariners will go to the bottom of the 7th inning with no score. So just to catch you up, the Braves and the Diamondbacks had no score going into the 9th inning, and then Ozzie Albies and Matt Olson hit back-to-back solo home runs to make it 2-0 Atlanta. They're still in the 9th, and there's 2 outs over there. The Giants were down 5-0. They just made it 5-2, and they will go to the top of the 7th. The Astros are getting absolutely slaughtered by the Athletics. There's 2 outs in the top of the 7th with 2 men on. And then the Mariners and the Angels have no score, and that game is going to the bottom of the 7th inning. So those 3 games are in a break. The only one that's not in a break is this Astros Athletics game. It's 3 balls and no strikes, and that is to Diaz. Yandy Diaz. The Braves are back on, so we'll go back there. And then the Mets are also back on, too. We'll let you know if there's anything interesting that happens in that game. Mauricio Dubon is due up in the box for the Atlanta Braves. And the 0-1 to Dubon. He flies it out over to left field. And that should be caught. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are down 2-0, thanks to back-to-back jacks by Olson and Albies. And with that, we'll go to the Giants game very quickly. Alvarez's 0-2 pitch, and he just fouls it off. Diaz is up for the Astros. 2 men on base for them. The 3-2 on the way is called ball 4. They're going to challenge it, though, and I think that he just struck out. We'll have to see. Nope, that's called ball 4, so the Astros will have the bases loaded. They're down by 10, though. All right. Mariners and Angels are also back on. Brian Wu is still pitching. 6 hits, 1 hit allowed, no runs, 6 strikeouts, and 1 walk. If you guys love betting on baseball, if you love fantasy baseball, this is the right thing for you. This is called DiamondZone, where we get to call a lot of different games at once. It's like RedZone. So the Mets have Alvarez up. The count is 2-2 to him. And that game's in the top of the 7th. In the bottom of the 7th, Wu is facing Shanuel. Brian Wu gets set at the Seattle Letters, and the pitch is inside for a ball. Alvarez launches another one out to deep left field, and that's his 2nd home run of the day. It had the distance, and he is destroying the Giants. Diamondbacks are on. They're in the bottom of the 9th, facing Raisel Iglesias. 1 ball and 1 strike to Corbin Carroll. By the way, Soler just popped out for the Angels. There's 2 outs there in the bottom of the 7th. 2-1 to Corbin Carroll. as we are in the bottom of the ninth. This game about ready to wrap up. Iglesias needs 3 outs. He is on for the save. Carroll is going to fly one out over towards straightaway center. It'll stay in the park. Harris gets under it, makes the catch, and there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 9th inning of the Braves Diamondbacks game. So Francisco Alvarez just homered twice for the New York Mets. 1 out, bottom of the 9th. Iglesias on the bump. And here's Geraldo Perdomo, who will take a pitch high for ball 1. The Astros did just get another run. It was an RBI walk by Yandy Diaz. And the bases are still loaded for them. 11-2 is the score. They're down by now 9. 1-1 pitch to Perdomo, and that's in there for strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes. Iglesias kicks, fires, and Perdomo stays alive. The Mariners and the Angels are going to the 8th inning without a run. No score out in L.A. There's the 1-2 to Perdomo, and that misses outside and high for ball 2. Giants just gave up another base runner as they are down 6-2 to the Mets. 3-2 pitch, grounded over towards the right side, and here's the throw to first. It's in time, and the Diamondbacks are down to their final outs. Iglesias is 5th amongst active players in saves. Two nothing, bottom of the 9th. Gabriel Moreno is up, and he looks at a pitch that's down for a ball. Final out in the Diamondbacks-Braves game. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch is outside for ball 2 to Gabriel Moreno. Nolan Arenado is up next for the Diamondbacks. 2-0 pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Iglesias gets set at the belt. The 2-1 pitch. And just like that, the Diamondbacks are now down to their final strike. Just 2 homers in the 9th on back-to-back home runs by Olsen and Albies. 2-2 pitch and a foul ball. And Moreno stays alive. Iglesias trying to get out of the inning and shut the door. The 2-2 pitch popped up, hit out over to shallow right field. Acuna is there. He'll make the catch, and the ball game is over. And the Braves are able to shut out the Diamondbacks 2-0. And there's 1 game in the books. One game down, 3 games left. Big win for the Atlanta Braves. All right. And with that, Rob Refsnyder is up for the Seattle Mariners, and he pops it up over towards the first base side. And the catch is made, and there's out number 1. Drew Pomeranz got the first out of the 8th. The Mets also have traffic on the bases now as well. It's 6-2, and there's one out with 2 runners in scoring position. But first, we got Cal Raleigh up to bat for the Seattle Mariners with 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. The pitch to Cal, and that's a little bit low for a ball. This is Luis Robert Jr., who is batting for the Mets with 2 runners in scoring position. One ball, 1 strike to him. 2 balls, no strikes to Cal Raleigh. 1-1 pitch, and there's a pitch that's in there for strike 2. It's 3 balls and no strikes to Cal Raleigh. Pomerantz gets set at the belt, and the 3-0 pitch is a little bit outside for ball 4, and Raleigh gets on with a 1-out walk. The pitch to Robert. He lines one out to center field. This should bring home another run. It's 7-2 Mets. Runners at the corners. RBI single by Luis Robert Jr. And they get another run back. Here comes Julio Rodriguez for the Mariners. And Rodriguez fouls off the first pitch. We're going to have a timeout taken. That's going to do it for the Giants pitcher. And there will be a pitching change. No balls and 1 strike here in the top of the 8th inning to Julio Rodriguez. And Rodriguez swings and misses at the fastball. The count is 0-2. So the Braves just beat the Diamondbacks 2-0 and shut them out. I think the Diamondbacks are going to be ready for the Braves to get out of town, man. Atlanta almost beat them by 20 in the last game. Yep. It is demoralizing. 2 home runs. 2 solo shots, and that was it. That all came in the 9th inning. 3 games left to go. Rodriguez up to bat against Pomerantz. And the pitch, this is grounded back up the middle for a base hit, and the Mariners have something cooking in the kitchen. Raleigh stops at second. Rodriguez is over at first. So these 3 games are left. It's Seattle and LA. It's the Athletics and the Astros. That's a blowout. And then the Giants and the Mets, which is currently in a break. Josh Naylor is up to bat for Seattle. He's 1 for 3 today. Singled back in the 4th. The pitch to Naylor. It's inside for a ball. And the count is 1-0. There's some debris flying onto the field in that Seattle-LA game. 1 ball, no strikes to Josh Naylor. The pitch. It's in there for a strike. The Giants and the Mets are also back on right now. There's 2 outs in the A's game, and that's in the bottom of the 7th. But the Mariners ready to score. 1-1 to Naylor. Foul ball. And so the count is 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Josh Naylor. He's looking to get on. Time is going to be called really quickly. For the Mets, they have Brett Beatty up to bat. With runners at the corners, Luis Robert Jr. just had an RBI single. Francisco Alvarez has homered twice in that game. Big pitch to Naylor. And he flies this one out over to shallow. Actually, it's going to be over towards the infield. And that's going to be caught. And there's 2 gone in the 8th inning. with still 2 men on. Beatty is up for the Mets, and he takes the pitch for a ball. Here is Randy Arozarena for the Seattle Mariners. The pitch to Randy, and that's a foul ball towards the right side. He has walked and singled today. Detmers and Wu pitched great for the Mariners and for the Angels. Did not give up a run. No balls, 1 strike to Randy. And the pitch, it's grounded. It's going to be knocked down by the pitcher. He has to barehand it, throw it over to first, and the Angels are going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. They escaped the jam. Drew Pomerantz got himself out of the pickle, and they will go to the bottom of the 8th, still scoreless. By the way, the Giants and the Mets, there's now 2 outs. Brett Beatty just struck out on a high fastball. And there's 2 away there. What's up, Chad? How we feeling? How we feeling so far? We following along? We enjoying ourselves? Mark Vientos is going to come on up for the New York Mets. He is 1 for 1 with a pair of walks and a single. Also homered in last night's game, and he takes a pitch outside for the Mets. 1 ball, no strikes. Oh, man. There's the 1-0. And it's taken down for ball 2. So just 3 games left tonight. Two balls, no strikes to Mark Vientos. The pitch, swing and a miss. It's now 2-1. Mariners are ready to come back on up pretty soon. 2 balls and 1 strike, though, to Vientos. As there are 3 games left in the 2-1 pitch. It's going to be blooped out over to shallow right. That'll get down for a hit. Robert will score. It's 8-2. That was actually Bichette who scored. Robert just went on over to second. And the Mets now lead it by 6. Another run and another hit for Vientos. Another game that's a blowout now. And with that, we go back to the Mariners-Angels game, as this is getting late. Joe Adell is in the box, and the pitch is taken for a called ball. Giants are going to go to the bottom of the 7th. They trail by 6 runs. Just 1 hit. 8-2. Adell takes a pitch that's up high for ball 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Angels. Mariners had a golden opportunity to try to put up a run on the board, and they were unable to do so. The Astros are still down by 9. And now they're down to their final 5 outs out in Sacramento. Timeout taken, though, on the hill in the Mariners-Angels game. Whew. 2 hours and 57 minutes of baseball. Not bad. Not bad at all. 2 balls, no strikes in the bottom of the 8th inning with no score between the Mariners and the Angels. Brash will get set at the belt, and the 2-0 is in there for strike 1. Joe Adell is in the box. 2-1 pitch to Adell, and he fouls it off. 2-2. The Giants are going to come back on up as they go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Joe Adell. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and he strikes out, and Brash records another strikeout tonight. Surprised he was ahead in the count 2-0, and he just struck out on the pitch that was not even close. Let's go. Braves wasted all their runs yesterday. Here's Josh Lowe, who will take a pitch that's in the zone for strike 1 for the Angels. In the Mets-Giants game, Huascar Brazaban's pitching. That's in the bottom of the 7th. Again, it's 8-2 Mets. Astros are down to their final 3 outs. They trail 11-2 to the Athletics. They'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The 0-2 to Lowe. Swing and a miss, and there's out number 2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Matt Brash. And 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. There is like nothing going on in this game. It's Logan O'Hoppe who is up to bat now. And Logan takes the pitch on the inside corner for a called strike. Logan O'Hoppe with 19 home runs. And the 0-1 is swung on and missed. Brash is just throwing strikes left and right. The last 3 games standing. 0-2 to O'Hoppe. Chops it foul. For the Giants, they have Chapman up, and he just struck out on a 2-2 pitch that was in the dirt. And they're in the bottom of the 7th, 1 away there. The pitch to O'Hoppe, grounded over to third, picked up by the third baseman. The throw to first is in time. So, we've had 2 games tonight that have not, that have gone scoreless into the 9th inning. The first one was Braves and Diamondbacks. And now it's this one. And so back to the Giants and Mets game we go. Braves won, in case you're wondering. They got back-to-back solo home runs from Ozzie Albies and Matt Olson in that 9th inning, and that was the difference. After they got blown out by the Diamondbacks yesterday. No balls and 2 strikes here. And that is to Jung-Hoo Lee. Giants trail 8-2. Alvarez has homered twice. Simeon also homered. Robert Jr. hit an RBI single. Vientos had an RBI single. For the Giants, they got a ground rule double from Willie Adames. And Bailey scored on a wild pitch. No balls, 2 strikes to Jung-Hoo Lee with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Brazaban kicks, steals, and Lee grounds it foul. 5 might be too much. I see what you're doing, though. Track it. I think it's pretty cool. So fly ball hit out over to left field. That's going to be caught for out number 2. Again, if you're like really into fantasy baseball, or if you're like into betting, like this is a really cool thing, you know? No balls, 2 strikes to Lee. and Lee is going to foul off the next pitch. You just have to know the players. That's the thing. You got to know the players. Here's Jordan Romano pitching for the Angels as we go to the 9th inning out at Angel Stadium. He just lined one over to second, and there's out number 2 in the Mets-Giants game. So 2 away there. Top of the 9th, no score between the Mariners and the Angels. Leo Rivas is up, and Rivas will take a pitch that's in there for a strike. Also, you can't control a bad slate. Sometimes you just get like 4 blowouts, and it is what it is. You can't do much about it. But if you get 4 good games, then that's great. You know? 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and the count is 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Leo Rivas. I appreciate you, man. 0-2 pitch. That misses down for a ball. Dude, I miss Bader too. I appreciate you, Quan. The 1-2 pitch from Romano, and that is way up high to the him. I don't think it hit him, did it? Just walking on over to first. It hit him. Wow. It did hit him. Trainer is going to go check up on Rivas, but the potential go-ahead run is over at first. I thought it hit the knob of the bat first. That's tough. They're checking out Rivas over at first base. And with that, we're going to just go back to the Giants-Mets game real quick. I think it hit the knob of the bat first. Here's Ramos' 3-2, and he grounds one up the middle for a base hit, and so the Giants do get a runner over at first base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Yeah, I think he fouled it off the knob of the bat. So the umpires are gathering together. Kurt Suzuki is like, what's going on? Here comes Harrison Bader to the plate for the Giants, who trail by 6. 8-2, bottom of the 7th. And Bader takes a pitch down for a ball. Angels are challenging this. Rivas got hit, but I think he fouled it off the knob of the bat first. And that's what they're going to challenge. Here's the 1-0 to Bader. That's a little bit low for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes to Harrison Bader. 2-0 pitch, there's a swing and a miss. A's and Astros are going to the 9th. Astros trail by 9. Bader slices one foul. In that Astros game, just want to make sure that I say this. It's 11-2. Christian Javier gave up 6 earned runs, and he walked 5 batters and allowed 6 hits. Bader just got hit, and he's hurt. He got hit on the hand for the Giants, and he'll head on over to first base. In the Mariners game, they're still checking out to see if whether or not Rivas got hit or if that's a foul ball. So there's a timeout in 2 of these 3 games. Bader's getting checked out by the trainers. And the officials in the Mariners game are looking to see if that's a foul ball. The Astros are down to their final 3 outs. So is it a foul ball? Is the question. For the Astros, they will send up Nick Allen. It is a foul ball to Leo Rivas. And he, I believe, is going to have to get a bat. They're also checking to see if Bader got hit. The Mets are challenging, saying that he fouled off his pitch. Weird. So Rivas has to take off the mitt and walk back over to the box. I don't know, I think Bader got hit. Astros get a leadoff single to start off the 9th inning. All right, here is Rivas back in the box for the Mariners. Romano will get set above the belt, and here's the 1-2 on the way, and that's down for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes to Leo Rivas. The pitch. Swing and a miss, and there's out number 1 in the top of the 9th inning. Big strikeout for Jordan Romano. The pitch was inside. The Giants will have Bader over at first. Right? No, he has to stay back in the box. He did not get hit, so his count is 2-2. Crawford will foul off the first pitch, but let's go back to Bader's at-bat in the bottom of the 7th. The pitch to Harrison, and that misses down for ball 3. The ball is 1 strike to J.P. Crawford, and the 0-1 is way up high and inside for a ball. Gosh. Bader for the Giants. Grounds one over to short. The throw to first is in time, and the Giants and the Mets are going to go to the top of the 8th inning. It's 8-2 New York. We also, in the Astros game, have runners over at first and third. They trail by 9. And there's nobody out in the top of the 9th inning. So it's their last chance. Crawford's 1-1 in there for strike 2. The Astros are going to get a sacrifice fly. They will get a run, and that'll make it 11-3 in the top of the 9th inning. Jake Myers gets the sac fly. And J.P. Crawford just struck out on a pitch that ended up going into the dirt, and Romano gets 2 strikeouts in a row. And so there's 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning out at Angel Stadium. And time will be called, and with that, the only game that is not in a break right now is Astros and A's. 1 out, and the pitch. There's a line drive base hit down the right field line. That's a fair ball. The Astros should get another run because of this, and that should make it 11-4. The throw to the plate, that's not in time. An RBI double by the Houston Astros, and it comes after Myers hits a sac fly. Well, Yandy Diaz gets himself an RBI opposite field double. And that makes it 11-4. This is Luke Raley, who is batting for the Seattle Mariners. And Raley swings and misses at the pitch. It's 0-2 to Luke Raley in the top of the 9th. So no balls and 2 strikes to Raley. 0-2 pitch, way up high for a ball. Astros just got 2 runs in the top of the 9th. The Mets are also back up. They lead it 8-2 in the top of the 8th inning. Carson Benj is up to bat. One and 2 is the count. The 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No. Two balls, 2 strikes. Raley in the box. The 2-2, another foul ball. The A's have put up 11 runs on 13 hits. And the Astros have put up 6 hits and 4 runs. Raley will slice one, but it's going to be caught by Neto. And he takes away a base hit from Luke Raley, and they're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Andres Munoz, the closer for the Mariners, will come on in to face the Angels in hopes that it goes into extras. All right, so the Astros down to their final 2 outs. It's 0-2 to Bryce Matthews. 0-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out to left field. It'll be caught, and the Astros are down to their final outs. Two gone in the top of the 9th. Mets and Giants still in the top of the 8th. Jeremy Pena is up for the Astros. He is their last hope. 11-4. The pitch. He went around, and the count is 0-1. The pitch. It's in the dirt. Boy, oh boy. What a night. Nice to see Romano having a bounce back. Had a rough year with the Phillies, dude. He did. He had a tough year. 2 balls and no strikes in the top of the 9th. The 2-0 is a little bit down for ball 3. Alvarez, who's up for the Mets, just flied out over to deep center field, but it'll be caught for out number 1. He's hit 2 homers today. All right. Astros still down to their final outs, but they just got a walk from Jeremy Pena, and Yordan Alvarez is going to come on up. But the big thing to keep your eye on is on this Mariners-Angels game, as this is in the bottom of the 9th with no score. Andres Munoz will pitch and face Peraza, and the first pitch is high for a ball. Oswald Peraza, who singled in the 3rd, just hitting 164. Actually hit 164 last year. The pitch was swung on and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike to Oswald Peraza. And he fouls off the next pitch. Astros still down to their final outs. It's 1-1. And now they're down to their final strike. Peraza's 1-2 is high for ball 2. Alvarez was due up to bat for the Astros, but it's Christian Vazquez who's pinch hitting for him. Peraza's 2-2. Grounded over to third, but it's a foul ball. It's 1 ball and it's 2 strikes to Francisco Alvarez. To Christian Vazquez. The 1-2 was outside. They're going to challenge this, the A's. And if that's strike 3, the ball game is over. Is it outside? That is a ball by less than 0.1 inches. Gosh. The 2-2 pitch, that's flied out over to shallow left field, and the ball game is over. The Athletics, they beat the Astros by a final score of 11-4. And that one is in the books. What a day for the A's. They put up 6 runs in the 4th inning. Then there was 2. All right, so here we go. Bottom of the 9th. 1 ball and no strikes to Zach Neto. And the 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. 2 games left. Mets and Giants are in the top of the 8th inning with 1 away. Pitch to Neto, and that's inside for ball 2. And the Mariners and the Angels game, it's in the bottom of the 9th. 2-1 to Zach Neto, who's 1 for 2 against Munoz in his career. The 2-1 delivery, and that's down in the way for ball 3. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons, folks. 3 balls, 1 strike to Zach Neto. The 3-1 pitch, that's a foul ball. Tyrone Taylor's in the box for the Mets, but he just took a pitch that was up high for ball 2. 2 games left to go. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Zach Neto in the bottom of the 9th. Munoz kicks, deals, swing and a miss, and there's out number 2. See, now I wish that if this game goes to extras, there shouldn't be any ghost runners, period. None. There shouldn't be any ghost runners at all. It's Mike Trout coming on up. Last year he had 26 home runs. The pitch to Trout, it's a little bit down. Actually, it was taken for a strike at the knees. Giants and Mets now have 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. It's 8-2 Mets. The 0-1 to Trout that's in there for strike 2. Look at all those birds out in San Fran. Oof. No balls, 2 strikes to Mike Trout. 0-2 on the way. We're going to extras out in Anaheim. No score. The Angels just have 1 hit. The Mariners have 4. And some zombie runners coming on in. Here comes Bo Bichette to the plate, and the pitch is going to be taken for a ball. So the Mets lead at 8-2. And the Angels and the Mariners have not scored a single run. Not one. Bo today is 3 for 4 for the Mets. 1 ball, no strikes to him. Gage pitching for the Giants. The 1-0 pitch to Bo, and it's in there for a called strike. Definitely going to sleep well tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bo Bichette. 2 gone, top of the 8th. The toss back over to first. It's not in time. Oh, that feels good. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gage kicks, fires, and the pitch is down for ball 2. Also, Lindor just did advance on over to second base. Two runners in scoring position. Bo Bichette in the box. Pitch on the way to Bo. That's a foul ball. Angels and Mariners are back on. Brent Suter is going to pitch. The ghost runner is Raley. The count is 1-0 to Cole Young. The pitch. There's a fly ball hit out to right field, and that ball is going to hit off the wall, and a run will score for Seattle, and they take a 1-0 lead as Raley scores. It's an RBI triple by Cole Young, and that is a huge run for Seattle. The pitch was also inside. That would have been a great catch by Adele if he was able to get there. He was just half a step late. All right, and the Giants are going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning, down to their final 6 outs. Rob Refsnyder is up in the pitch, swing and a miss. So, again, Seattle gets the first run of the game in the top of the 10th on an RBI triple. The pitch from Suter is grounded over towards the mound. The runner at third stays put, and the throw to first is in time. And so the first out of the inning is recorded. Cal Raleigh is up. He's 0 for 3. And the pitch to Cal, swing and a miss. Walked back in the 8th. The ball is 1 strike. Nothing in 1 is the count. Suter gets set and deals, and the pitch is outside for a ball. So the Giants are down by 6. They have 6 outs to play with. 1-1 pitch to Raleigh. Swing and a miss. Richard Lovelady is going to pitch for the Mets. So these are the final 2 games standing. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2 delivery to Raleigh. He pops it up. Out over to shallow left field. Won't be deep enough. Neto gets under it, though. Catches it. And there's 2 away. Patrick Bailey for the Giants just grounded out up the middle. And there's 1 out there in the bottom of the 8th out in San Fran. So Suter is going to intentionally walk Julio Rodriguez. And instead, they'll take their chances on the next Mariners batter, and that's Josh Naylor. We'll see if that pays off for them. They just took a 1-0 lead in the 10th on an RBI triple by Cole Young. Naylor in the box takes a strike. That is on the inside edge for strike one. No balls, one strike to Josh Naylor. Mariners challenge, and that is a strike, and they are now out of challenges. Excuse. No balls, one strike to Josh Naylor. The 0-1 is going to get away from the catcher. The runner from first goes over to second. That's Rodriguez, and there's runners at second and third. Giants have Gerard Encarnacion up to bat with one away in the bottom of the eighth. Two balls, two strikes to Gerard Encarnacion for the Giants. One out, bottom of the eighth. 2-2 pitch, foul ball, and it goes on out of play. I'm dead. How's it going, says Doc? It's pretty much dead on here too, man. But I'm happy to see you. It's a late night. Two balls, two strikes. The pitch to Encarnacion is a foul ball. Naylor for the Mariners lines one out to right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Raley will score. Right behind him is Rodriguez. It's a 3-0 Seattle ball game. There was no score going into extras. Cole Young had an RBI triple. He went over to third. Rodriguez walked. He was intentionally walked. And then advanced over to second on a wild pitch. And Josh Naylor made them pay. Rosarina will slice the next pitch foul. Now in the Giants game, Gerard Encarnacion just had a double down that right field line, and he kept it fair. But here is Randy Rosarina for the Mariners. 0-2 on the way to Randy, and he fouls it off, and it'll go on out of play. Adames for the Giants takes ball one. And his count is 1-0. A Rosarina's 0-2 pitch in the Mariners game is outside for a ball. And Adames for the Giants takes ball two. So 1-2 to a Rosarina, 2-0 to Adames. The pitch to a Rosarina, it's a foul ball. The pitch to Adames, it's inside for ball three. It'll also get by Alvarez, and Gerard is going to go over to third. The 1-2 to a Rosarina. There's another base hit out to right field. That'll put runners at first and second for the Mariners in the top of the 10th. And so Randy Rosarina is able to go the opposite way. Back to Adames' at bat really quickly. Here's the 3-0 pitch. That's up high for ball four. And so the Giants do have runners over at the corners. And Devers is coming on up again. The Mariners We'll have Rivas up to bat. Jeremy Hefner is going to go out there for the Mets and talk things over with his pitcher. Here's the pitch to Rivas. That is taken for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Leo Rivas. Suter kicks, deals, and there's an 88-mile-per-hour pitch that's in the zone for strike 1. 3-0 Seattle, 8-2 Mets. The 1-1 to Rivas, swing and a miss. Rafael Devers stepping on up for the Giants right now. We'll get you there right now very quickly and see his first pitch. Lovelady for the Mets will get set at the belt, and the pitch to Devers, swinging a foul ball. Back to Rivas. He fouled off another pitch, and the count is still 1-2 to him. Trout is going to be the ghost runner for the Angels when they do go to the bottom of the 10th. The 1-2 pitch, and that's low for ball 2 to Rivas. 2-2 to Rivas, and 0-1 to Devers. Suter kicks, deals, and Rivas skies it foul and out of play. The pitch to Devers, and that's down for a ball. 1-1 to Devers, 2-2 to Rivas. The 1-1 to Devers, and that's a foul ball again. The 2-2 to Rivas, he pops it up, and that's a foul ball once more, too. Let's go. So the Mets lead it by 6. The Mariners are up 3-0. There was no score before it went into extras. The 1-2 to Devers, it's down for ball 2. And the toss back to first in the Seattle game is not in time. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rafael Devers. Runners at the corners. 8-2 Mets. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and Devers is down on strikes. The 2-2 to Rivas. He grounds it over to third. The throw to first is in time. And the Angels are going to go to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's a 3-0 deficit. Trout is the ghost runner, and he will be over at second base. So in the Giants game, it's Luis Arraez who's up, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. Every other game is done. We did the Diamondbacks and Braves game. There was no score heading into the 9th. And all of a sudden, Ozzie Albies and Matt Olson hit back-to-back home runs. And that was the difference of the game there. The A's absolutely destroyed the Astros today. They put up 6 runs in the 4th inning. And they won 11-4. Here's the 0-2 to Arraez. He pops it up out over towards shallow center, and no one's going to be able to get there. 1 run will score, and it's now 8-3 New York. That is a bloop RBI single by Luis Arraez. Lindor tried to catch it, wasn't able to get there. Revis Island. Go. So the Giants have runners at the corners, and Matt Chapman is coming on up. He's 0 for 3. He's popped out twice. Oh, man. Chapman is in the box. And Chapman stares at strike 1. That's a sinker at 92 miles per hour. Curious to see who the Mariners are going to put Spire out there to throw the bottom of the 10th. That's Gabe Spire. No balls. 1 strike to Chapman, and the pitch is outside for a ball. So bottom of the 10th, Nolan Shanuel is the hitter for the Angels. We'll get to his pitch right now. He's down in the count 0-1. For the Giants, Chapman, his 1-1 is taken for ball 2. Angels challenge, but that's a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to Chapman. The 2-1 pitch, and Chapman fouls it off. 2-2 to Matt Chapman for the Giants. The pitch to Shanuel, it's outside for a ball. 1-1 to Shanuel, 2-2 to Chapman. Lovelady gets set at the belt. And the 2-2 pitch, that's tapped over to shortstop. Here's the throw to first by Lindor. It's in time, and the Giants are going to go to the 9th inning down by 5. Now, Soler is due up for the Angels. There was a ground ball hit over to short, and the throw to first was in time, and the Mariners are 2 outs away from shutting out the Angels. Here's Jorge Soler, and he will look at strike 1 on the inside edge. No balls and 1 strike to Jorge Soler. Can't believe he's still in the league. The pitch to Soler. He fouls this one over towards the right side. Is it going to go out of play? No, it won't. The catch is made. The runner from third tags up, and that's Mike Trout. He'll score. And the Angels do get a run, but they are down to their final outs right now. Here comes Yoan Moncada to the plate. He's their last hope. And Moncada fouls off the first pitch. Angels are a sad franchise. They really are, dude. Yoan Moncada has struck out twice, and he has flied out as well. We did 4 games tonight. The 0-1, swing and a miss. And the Angels are down to their final strike. The 0-2 pitch, and that's taken for a ball. One ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, another foul ball. And so the at-bat continues. The Mets are in the top of the 9th inning against the Giants. We'll be back there in a sec. The 1-2 pitch, and that's down for ball 2 to Moncada. 2-2 to Moncada. If he gets on, the tying run would be then up at the plates. 2-2 pitch, and that's high for ball 3. Angels cut the lead to 27. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Yoan Moncada. Payoff pitch. Strike 3 called. Moncada's going to challenge. The pitch looked like it hit the inside corner. And we'll see. That is a strike, and the ball game is over. All right, so the Angels lose to Seattle. And the final score of that game is 3-1. There was not a lot of action until the 10th inning. Oh, man. 14 games down, and one last diamond to go. Okay, so the final game. We got the Mets taking on the Giants. And we go to the 3D, and we watch the rest of this unfold. One ball and one strike, and this is Brett Beatty who's in the box. And Beatty takes a pitch that's up high for ball 2. Okay. Let's adjust this. Let's adjust this. There we go. 2 balls and 1 strike to Brett Beatty. And the pitch is taken for strike 2. So this is the final game that's left for tonight. The 2-2 pitch, line drive it out to left, and that's going to get by the left fielder Ramos. It'll go all the way towards the corner. Robert Jr. is rounding third. He's being waved home. The Mets get another run. The cutoff man is missed. It's 9-3 New York. Ramos was never going to catch that. I don't know what he was thinking. He had a chance, actually. Yeah, that went underneath his glove. That did. Here comes Mark Vientos to the plate. And the pitch. And that'll be taken for a strike. Whoops. Sorry, chat. No balls, 1 strike to Mark Vientos. And there's the 0-1 from Miller. That is a little bit low for ball 1. Yep, I got it. I fixed it. I forgot because I had to change the score on the vertical side. Just in case there's highlights I wanted to call. 1-1 pitch. There's strike 2. It's at 96 miles per hour. Vientos says, They're going to challenge. And is that a strike? That looked like a ball. And it was. Ball 2. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Mets today have put up 14 hits. And they have manufactured 9 runs. 2-1 pitch. And it's a foul ball by Vientos. Whew. I need some water. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dude, my back is bothering me. I'm going to sleep well tonight. The 2-2 pitch, and that's another foul ball by Vientos. We're going to put some water in here. We didn't really get some good games tonight, and that's too bad. I really thought we were going to get some good ones. But it is what it is. The 2-2 to Vientos is taken up high for ball 3. Whoops. Three-two pitch, swing and a miss. There's out number 1 in the top of the 9th. Cha-ching. 1 gone in the 9th inning. That's too bad. Thanks for the entertainment tonight. I'm as sick as a dog, and I got to work an overnight shift. Wish I could just be home and on my way. Thanks for the help, JJ. I got you. I got you, man. No worries. Mike, thanks so much for sticking this out, man. I appreciate you. This game is pretty much over anyways. Thanks so much for tuning on in, man. The ball is 1 strike, and the pitch from Miller That's Eric Miller. It's up high for a ball. So the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. We got started around 9:15. The 1-1 pitch, another line drive, base it out to right field. And the Mets, are they going to get another run here? No. The runner is held up over at third. They didn't want to run and score off of Jung-Hoo Lee. So there's runners at the corners with 1 out in the top of the 9th. Miller's throwing a lot of pitches in this inning. Jeez. Giants play the Mets again tomorrow, and that game is going to be at 9:05. So the series, once the Mets seal the deal, will be tied at 1 apiece. The pitch, that's to Carson Benji. That's inside for a ball. We'll hit the 4-hour marker. We've been streaming for, 3 hours, 49 minutes? 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. How many hours of streaming have we done so far? We've done 28 hours this week, something like that, 29. It's not bad. Not bad at all. 1-1 pitch. That's outside for ball 2. So no Phillies tomorrow. We're filling in for RB. We're doing the Sixers. Those birds look so cool. And then Sunday we got the Phillies, and then we got Sunday Night Baseball. So that'll fill up our 40 hours of streaming. That's good. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Benj in the box. The 2-2 pitch. And that's outside for ball 3. DiamondZone is the best strip, dude. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate y'all. I really do. I love you guys, man. 3-2 pitch. It's grounded over to second to throw. The shortstop, there's 1. That's all that they're going to get. And it's a 10-3 Mets lead. How many runs have we seen tonight? 2 from the Braves, 3-1. So that is 6 plus 11 to 4 is 21, and plus 13. So we've seen 34 runs tonight. We're going to have another pitching change, as the Giants are going to take out Miller. And Francisco Alvarez is going to be due on up to bat. It's funny, like when you're doing 4 games at once, it actually feels like you're running a marathon. I didn't realize that until we started doing it. But it's like, dang, you feel like that these games are longer, but there's just more action, you know? So, when there's, 3 games that are starting at, 9:45. I mean, I know that this game started at 10:15, but still, it feels like that we were streaming for 6 hours, when in reality, it's 4, So, it's just funny to me. Did Ohtani homer today? I missed that. We could have done a full day of this. Well, actually, we technically couldn't have, because the 7:40 game was postponed. Royals were supposed to play against the Brewers. That would have been another one that we would have had to finish up. We actually would have finished that game up first and then dove on into the 9:30 games. But, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to actually even technically do a full day. We would have had to take a break. But the first game did start at 1:05. Tomorrow, though, The first game starts at 1:05, and then the last game's at 9:05. So that would work because there's a bunch of games in between. But obviously, we're not doing that tomorrow. Caleb Killian is going to go out there for the Giants. But this is how I wish that baseball was. I wish that there were afternoon games like on Mondays too. Like I think afternoon baseball in the week is really good. I know that they do it on Wednesdays and Thursdays, but I think Mondays and Tuesdays for the most part should have it as well. 1-0 pitch to Francisco Alvarez, who's homered twice today. They tried to appeal, he didn't go, and the pitch was up high for ball 2. DeLay says it's a lot. It is. It is a lot. But it's like college football, it's like college basketball, like when you're, doing like the first 64 games. You know what I'm saying? Miguel, thanks so much for the $5 super chat, man. Great job tonight, JJ. Enjoyed the first Diamond Zone of the season. See you next time. Miguel, you are the man, dude. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Much love to you, my guy. I'm happy that y'all like it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch to Alvarez. Check swing, he went around. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning out in San Francisco. But yeah, it's like, like the 64 for March Madness, like the first 2 days. But except it's like, yeah. I don't even know if that makes sense. My small critique is to say the bullpen pitcher's name a little more when they come on in. That's a great critique. That's a very good critique. I like that. I'm always looking for I'm always looking for ways to get better. That's a very good critique. Very, very good critique. Thank you, man. I totally agree. Thank you so much, man. Uncommon Truth, you are the man. You guys are all awesome. Tomorrow we got the Sixers. Sunday we got the Phillies, and then we got Sunday Night Baseball, and then Monday we got to make a decision. I think we're just going to do the Phillies on Monday night. I think our final college basketball game was last week. So I think we're just going to do the Phillies. It just makes sense. Plus, I'm going to be missing some Phillies games anyways. I don't really want to miss a lot more because I'm going away. Not this week. I mean, I'm dog sitting this week. I'm dog sitting tomorrow. I got to pack all this stuff up. And I got to be there at 11. Wish me luck with that. But I signed up for it. I wanted to do this because I'm crazy. Luis Garcia is going to pitch. But what was I saying? Yeah, the week after that, I'm going to the Bahamas. So, and I'm going for a wedding. So I got to do these Phillies games. Plus Sixers playoffs are coming on up now. All right, here we go. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to bat for the Giants. It's their last chance. They're down by 7. And the pitch to Lee is up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Renault with the $5 super chat. Oh, my goodness. Thank you guys so much. JJ the GOAT. No, you guys are, man. But I really appreciate you. Gosh, guys. Thank you so much. Much love to you, man. 1 ball, 1 strike in the pitch, and that's taken for ball 2. You're the best, man. I got a great community on here. 2-1 to Lee. And the pitch is in there for strike 2. All right, come on. Let's get to the 4-hour marker. We were 2 minutes away from doing so. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 58 minutes on this stream. Ronald, Miguel again. Thank you guys so much for the super chats and for all the support to everybody that's been on here tonight. It means a lot. 2-2 to Lee, and he's going to fly this one out to center field. It'll be caught. There's one gone in the bottom of the 9th. So one away. And Gerard, nope, that's Elliot Ramos who is up to bat. He's 1 for 3, singled back in the 7th. The only thing I wish is that I don't know why we had difficulties with changing the scoreboards tonight and the batters and pitchers not showing. That's the only thing that I didn't like. Besides the slate of the games. I mean, the games really overall weren't so good. 1 ball, no strikes. Elliot Ramos facing Garcia. And the 1-0 is grounded off the mound, and that's going to skip out to right field off the foot of Garcia for a single. It went on by Marcus Semien, and there's a 1-out single here in the bottom of the 9th for the San Francisco Giants. I myself having second thoughts on NCAA men's. I'm really enjoying the Pirates, dude. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, man. You got a nice loyal community too with your Pirates, you know. But it's a tough decision. I get it. Here comes Bader, and he grounds it foul. Bro, you deserve it, man. Thanks so much again for the great content. Dude, you guys have no idea. There's a lot more really cool things that are coming. I'm going to do it right now. I don't usually curse. Just you fucking wait. It's going to be insane. Come May, come June, the surprises are going to be awesome. I'm telling you. You're going to be in for some treats. No balls, 2 strikes. Harrison Bader. I'll put 1 in the curse jar. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And there is out number 2. One more out to go. Patrick Bailey is up, and the pitch is fouled off. I don't usually curse, but I kind of had to there. But thank you again, guys. The ball is 1 strike to Patrick Bailey. Garcia gets set below the belt, and the 0-1 pitch outside for a ball. The runner did go over to second. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. There's a fly ball hit out over to right field. The right fielder's there, makes the catch. The ball game is over, and the night of baseball is done. The Mets defeat the Giants by a score of 10-3. And all 15 Major League Baseball games are over. Oh, boy. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go. I'll take it. First Diamond Zone in the books. That's great. We did it, chat. We did it. One episode of Diamond Zone in the books. We had 4 games tonight. That was fun. That was a good time. I'm a little bit tired. I have a long day tomorrow. Still got some packing up to do. A lot of packing up to do. And I should probably get to it. Or I might just sleep and then just get up early and do it. But regardless, thank you so much for tuning on in. This was a lot of fun. I did have a really good time. And I appreciate each and every one of you for all your love and support. Just you wait, because this year is going to be just full of really, really cool things. In May, we got some really awesome things lined up. The content is really just getting started right now. But it's going to continue to push come May and come June. So, all right. I'm done babbling. I'm done talking. But the night of baseball is over. And we'll see you on tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Sixers on Philly Take with RB's channel. I'll make an announcement. I'll post the link in the chat or in the community. Sunday we got a doubleheader. We got the Phillies at 1:35. And then we got Sunday Night Baseball. That is Cardinals and Tigers at 7:20. And then Monday we got the Phillies. And then Thursday we got the Sixers, I believe. Tuesday we also got the Phillies, and Wednesday too. And with that, that's going to wrap it up for me, chat. Love you all so much. Lila Tove. Have a great rest of your night. JJ swears at me all the time. I do swear. I do. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace out. Good night.